back in the Lone Star State, but this time Mecum returns to North Texas with a twist. For the first time ever in Mecum history, we've posted up inside Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. A grand stage for the next 3 days, so saddle up. The gavel is about to drop. Welcome in, everybody. So great to have you with us. Happy Thursday. I'm Danielle Trotta. 3 days of coverage live here on ESPN+. That's 18 hours total. And there is so much to see from here in Texas, where we know the pickup truck scene is always great, but that's just the starting point. So much more crossing the block. For a sneak peek right now, let's send it over to Chris Jacobs.
Oh, thank you, Danielle. Yes, so much goodness coming across the block here in Texas. Now, the first thing that may indicate that this is not your average ordinary Camaro is this factory correct option Stinger hood. And what lies beneath? Oh yes, courtesy of the good people at Nicky Chevrolet. That is the mighty 427. And because this is a stage 3, it's topped off with an Offenheiser intake and dual quad Harley carburetors. Oh my goodness, what a setup. That power is backed up by a 4-speed manual transmission. You see the Krager SS's there with the Nicky center caps, Fathom green over black, posi traction rear end, all adding up to an astonishing 550 horsepower. So much goodness, as I said, Danielle, and I know Rut is standing by with something else.
That's right, Chris. You know, they say everything is bigger in Texas, and this beautiful Land Cruiser right here is a perfect example. This is a 1993 FCJ 75, and the 70 series, you can see them in little different layouts. This one is particularly rare because it is left-hand drive. It's got the 3 seats here up front, but really it's what happens in the back that makes this thing so cool. It is a gas engine, manual transmission, but take a look in here. That's room for 8 in the back, 3 up front. This is an 11-person Land Cruiser that can go anywhere and do anything, Danielle.
You know it's going to be an eclectic show, Rut, when we start out with the word snorkel. And yeah, 1,500 cars here in Fort Worth. So let's not waste another second and send it over to our friends in the booth. Hello, Scott Hoke and Bill Stevens.
Hi, Danielle. Thank you very much. And hi, everybody. Welcome to our little corner of Dickies Arena here in Fort Worth. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, just above the block. You know, this is such a treat to come back to this part of Texas, a trip we've been making since 2011. And the car culture here is absolutely outstanding. So much so that in addition to Kissimmee and Indianapolis, Dallas-Fort Worth has been very high on the car collector's must-attend list. And as you've already seen, we'll have a tremendous variety of cars, but the pickup truck certainly enjoys favored status here in DFW.
Yes, like every Mecum auction, we've got an infinite variety of vehicles coming through. The muscle cars, of course, original cars, restored cars, but the trucks, oh, they will be definitely highlighted today. What kind of trucks? Well, let's see, we've got the standard cab, extended cab, we've got the crew cab, we've got the short bed, the long bed, flare side, and the step side. We've got Fords, Chevys, GMCs, and Dodges. I think I made my point. But that's all coming just ahead here in Fort Worth.
You are poetry in motion, my friend. You know, however, your sneak peek preview car is not a truck. Tell me about it.
Yeah, but this is a great car. You know me, I love big cars with big engines. 66 Chevy Impala, a real SS. You had a quick look there at the engine. It's a 396, 325 horsepower engine, but it's been upped a little bit with an aftermarket induction system. You see the Rally Red on the outside, the Rally wheels at all 4 corners, raised white letter tires, and it's got a Power Glide automatic transmission. And there you get another look at that engine with some chrome dress-up items as well. Pretty car, and it's coming along a little later today.
All eyes will be front and center when that car crosses the block. We are looking at a 1957 Bel Air sedan, 4 doors. That's the first thing that jumps out at you. Color might be number 2. And number 3, look at that, a bargain at $17,500.
That is lunch money, let me tell you, because the condition of that car is exceptional. But you mentioned the 4 doors. That usually keeps the value of these cars down a little bit rather than the 2 doors. And someone, yeah, they just picked it up for short money.
Beautiful. Love it when that happens. Car number 2 for us, 1977 Chevy El Camino.
And this one looks pretty much original. As we take a look at the engine, that's a 350 small block, and that is factory correct, 170 horsepower from that engine. And get a look at the inside here, how beautifully presented that is. Look at the houndstooth inserts there on the bucket seats, console, automatic shifter, and this has front power disc brakes, an option in that car, tilt steering column, a whole bunch of options actually, and rarely do we see a 77 Chevrolet El Camino that has been restored to this standard as we await for the new El Camino to come along any day now.
Okay, let the record show we are 5 minutes into this program and you brought that up.
I couldn't wait.
All right, $17,000 is going to be the high bid on that El Camino, looking very late 70s right there in your picture. We are just underway. As we mentioned, a lot more coming your way today live on ESPN Plus. Back with more in just a moment. Oh, do we have a spectacular car for you coming up a bit later on. Look at this, 1957 Ford Fairlane 500, the Sunliner. That color combination is astounding. Red and white with the black top. Oh my goodness, 3-speed manual transmission behind that 292 cube, 212 horse V8. That will be coming up a little bit later on in this day. Don't forget, tomorrow we are back once again at noon Eastern at 9 o'clock in the morning out on the West Coast with you here on ESPN Plus. How about this one, Bill Stevens?
Yep.
1968 Roadrunner. Let's go.
Plymouth jumping into the muscle car wars with both feet in 1968 with the Roadrunner. This one a vinyl top car. Also, it's got the Magnum 500 wheels and red line tires. And man, what more can you say? Well, it's more. 383 only had 2 engine options in 68, the 383 and the 426 Hemi. This is an air-conditioned car, which tells you immediately it's the 383. Hemi didn't have an air conditioning as an option, and this one was a torque flight automatic as well.
High bid on that one at $22,000. So we will move ahead to a pickup truck from 1950 and Mercury. I don't think this was, I don't want to go out on a limb, but I'm going to say this might not have been a standard color in 1950. But who knows?
No, it actually is appealing, though. I kind of like that light green and dark green combo. Hey, there you see the engine. This is interesting. This is a Mercury, and the Mercury flathead in 1950 would have been a 255 cubic inch flathead. This is the Ford version of the flathead, the 239 cubic inch flathead, which is an interesting swap. 4-speed manual transmission, but yes, Scott, it's really the color and the condition here.
Were there any big differences outside of the Canadian build that made these trucks real different?
The Canadian truck spoke French.
Of course. Well, bonjour.
That's a really good question. I would say that the amount of money that it would take to retool to make them in Canada may have been exorbitant, so they're probably pretty close.
Yeah. Great colors on that one.
Yeah.
Really pops.
Yep, it does.
Down 4, 23, 24. Down the short
Almost
road,
looks like
24.
should be a Mountain Dew truck. You know what I mean?
Absolutely perfect colors
Yeah,
for it.
that's it.
Not gonna take it, 23, 24. Sold 23, sold 23.
A little extra caffeine, a little extra sugar, and $22,000 hammer price for that pickup truck from Mercury, 1950. And Chris Jacobs right now is standing by in our 303 staging lane.
Yes, sir. If you want a cool classic car to cruise in, this may be the lot for you. 1968's Pontiac Star Chief Executive. That is the 389 under the hood. That was the standard engine for these Star Chief Executives. Now, interesting to note, they used the moniker Executive in order to give it a little bit more upscale identity. In fact, 1966 was the last year for the Star Chief. In 67, they just started calling these the Executive. Gold over black, very, very clean. You can see the side skirts there, give it a little classy appearance as well. Really cool car, and very appropriate for Texas, too. This has got quite the presidential feel, and I can see somebody cruising in this as they take it away. I believe, is this one going at? Nope, it is not. It's part of the Schrader collection, not going in no reserve, but pretty confident we'll be going home with a new owner when it comes across the block very soon. Scott?
All good, Chris Jacobs. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Back out in the 303 staging lane for us. Let's bring it back here on the other side of the stage and the block, and a 1987 Buick Regal T-Type is at $13,000 at the moment.
And not trading in the same territory as a Grand National, because this is not a Grand National. Now, they have the same powertrain. It's got that turbo 3.8-liter engine, 245 horsepower, but these were just a little bit more luxurious, shall we say, trimmed out a little bit more than the Grand National, but performance, nope, no difference whatsoever.
Reserve comes off 14.5.
Has the GNX wheels, as you can see, and the GNX fender vents as well. So this is kind of a hybrid. Takes a little bit of the Regal T-Type and the Grand National and the GNX and kind of mixes them all up.
A hybrid in 1987 speak, not in 2025 speak, right?
Exactly.
Okay, the hammer falls at $15,000. 9 minutes ago, we had an El Camino, Bill. Are you going to be able to hold off in mentioning the new El Camino on this one?
I'm going to have a field day today. Yeah. This one's been hot rod. It's got a crate motor, 4-bolt main 350. Interesting, they didn't upgrade the transmission, just a Power Glide 2-speed in there. Although when they're beefed up, Power Glide, a lot of guys drag race with those. You see the color scheme, pretty. It's got the upgraded air conditioning compressor running the R35, power brakes up front, and Krager wheels, and new rubber as well.
This one's got a really nice sort of simple stance, simple setup, but just classic looks. So on the interior there, Wilfredo showed us it's got the bucket seats, a little bit of a console in there, but you know, for the price that this is going, a great ride to kind of get into collecting, have a little fun, and that one's one of my favorite years visually. Kind of, it was sort of all the best of the styling cues of that kind of era, I think, Bill.
Yeah, I remember Rutledge back in '68, that whole styling theme at General Motors went through the change. They went from kind of the angular, the straight edge kind of look in '67 to the more ovoid, you might say, or curved look that we see in the El Camino here.
Big time. Okay, 30,000, I believe, was the bid goes on number for that El Camino. So we will push on to a 1969 Pontiac Firebird.
This one, again, a little of this, a little of that. It's a matching numbers block in here, the 350 in there. However, it's got some Edelbrock upgrades up top, intake manifold, and the 4-barrel carburetor. Dual exhaust as well. 12-bolt rear end to handle the power, automatic transmission, and inside, oh, there we see the official Engelbert Humperdinck approved seat covers there. Much like his leisure suit, but it's, hey, it's vintage. It's what they had back in the day. Riddler wheels, too, kind of complete the look.
Trying to get that reserve off. That's Kirk Delzell on the lower left of your screen with
19.5.
the consigner, kind of keeping him up to date on what's going on, and that's going to be good enough.
At 20 bid, I'd get a bit of a 20 down, 19.5. I'd get a bit of a 20,000. Sells all the way. I'd get a 20,000. Jared Yoldon, get a bit of a 20 bid, 19.5. Thank you, 20,000. Sold 19.5. Sold 19,000.
Yeah, fair money, I would say.
Good looking car too. I love that paint job.
Yeah, that'll be a cruise night favorite.
Sure. Okay, 19.5 buys it. 61 Catalina from Pontiac here, Bill. Bubble top configuration too.
Hold me back. This car just does it for me. First of all, the 389 that this car came with originally has been bored and stroked, are you ready, to 466 cubic inches. I didn't think one of those engines could take that much displacement. That one did. It's got new Edelbrock carburetors on it. The internals all upgraded, aluminum heads, and 10.5 to 1 pistons. A lot of compression there. Muncie 4-speed transmission. This is kind of like a wannabe Super Duty. It's not a Super Duty car, but I'll tell you, it's got every card in its hands spells Super Duty all the way.
It's got
Great
the look,
car.
man.
Yeah, it does. And the performance.
Sure.
I was going to agree with you there, both of you guys. Styling-wise, this car is ahead of its time from 1961. Has it all. I agree.
Yep. Yep, it's got the steel wheels with the little center caps there. Very conservative treatment.
Just a little bit of holdover flavor from the 50s with those very subtle fins coming off the back there, but definitely into that square body muscle car era that defined the mid-60s.
No doubt about that. And 24,000 will buy that 61 Catalina.
Congratulations.
Hey, Bill, just so you know, we've got another one coming up on Saturday from 1961. It pops. Can't wait for it.
I'll make it a point to be here.
You should. Well, we positioned our camera about as high as you can here inside Dickies Arena. This beautiful building opened a few years back, October of 2019. Cost them $540 million to build it. And the first event was a 21 Pilots concert here shortly after it opened up. And I will tell you, as we see the 71 Nova, one of the reasons why we're here in Fort Worth is because our normal venue, the Dallas Convention Center, is undergoing an extensive 4-year renovation, multiple billions of dollars. So we're over here for a little while.
Yeah, the reserve came off at $540 million when they built this arena.
Perfect. Oh, I love this Mecum yellow 71 Nova, Bill.
Yeah, you know, this has kind of like, I always say, you squint a little bit and you see things that aren't there. That could kind of be almost like a Yenko Nova replica, but it's not. But it's a day 2 car. Everything that's been done to that car, you could do with a set of wrenches and a couple of screwdrivers, a set of headers, dual exhaust. Extra effort went into the appearance of this car, but not a whole lot of high-performance stuff underneath there. And did we sell it?
Oh, I was looking. I missed it.
So,
Yes, we did. I'm told it's sold.
Glad we did after all that.
Yes, I agree. 1974 pickup truck from GMC here.
Yeah, the parade of trucks continues. This one with the big blocks got a 396 in it, and it's been blueprinted up to 491 horsepower in that little step side. Whoa, baby. Tremec 5-speed manual. Extras include Kenwood sound, aftermarket gauges, 12-bolt posi rear end. A lot of work went into this. And what do you guys think of the exterior finish?
You know, I look at that truck and I just think, all right, all right, all right. Party at the Moon Tower, full kegs, everybody's going to be there. That thing is so Texas to me that I feel like that just pulled off the set of Dazed and Confused. Now, it's interesting, Chris, because it's got a lot of patina, and it's really meant to look like I think a truck like that would have been originally, and I really dig that vibe. I will say the patina's well done. I know you don't love the patina quite as much. You'd rather it really earn those stripes.
Well, you say it's very Texas. I consider Texas to be very real, so I don't like anything faux on the truck.
It does remind me of the muscle truck that Finnegan and Freiberger have brought into so many people's homes, and I appreciate that about it, too.
And a little callback to McConaughey's all right, all right, all right. Those were the first words he ever spoke on camera, and he actually wasn't on camera. You just hear his voice saying it as his Chevelle, 70 Chevelle, pulls into the parking lot.
Pretty amazing.
Great movie.
Pretty amazing.
If you haven't seen it, check out Dazed and Confused.
Sure, we can make something like that work. If you got a counterpart,
I realize I haven't shown that movie to any of my daughters yet.
Well,
I'm kind of right on that tipping point. The oldest one,
Well played.
yeah, I think she could handle it, but we'll see.
Of course, you're assuming they haven't already seen it.
That's a great point, Bill. That's a great point.
Now,
high bid there, $15,000 for the GMC.
Whose bowling ball is that? It's yours, man.
1962 Chevy 2 Nova up next.
Yeah, this one raises the bar a little bit over the one that we just saw. Of course, different years, but take you back to 1962 with the emergence of the Chevy Nova. You had 2 engine choices. You had a 4-cylinder, if you can believe that, 90 horsepower, and a 6-cylinder with 120. This has a 350 crate motor in it, and I'm guessing the way it's trimmed out there, maybe 325 horsepower. Air conditioning, disc brakes, front end with tubular A-arms as well. The suspension's been upgraded. Very clean job there with a brand new interior. You may have seen a quick look at it there. And this will not sell for big, big money.
Bill, did you ever own a Nova 2?
Never did. Never did. And I can't explain why, because I've always liked them, but never did.
Were you ever into that kind of underdog, overpowered thing that these cars kind of slowly became once they started to hit the streets? Was that ever your vibe?
One of my first cars was a 66 Corvette 427, so I don't think that I would play into that scenario that you just described.
Yeah, you were on the varsity team. I gotcha. Noted.
Power hungry.
Yeah.
Bid goes on that 62 Chevy 2 Nova. And right behind it, look at this. Z-Car time, 1976 280Z.
Yo, 2 owners since new, under the original owner's care, since 2023. Wow, this is pristine. Look at the preservation of that engine and the engine compartment. 170 horse, 2.8 liter inline 6, like they all had in 1976. Purchased new November of 75. Matching numbers, powertrain, 4-speed manual. Remember, the 280 was a tweener. That was between the 240, 260, the 280, then the 300 came along.
And if you're wondering, you talked about the immaculate condition of this car. 2 owners. This car has not been restored, folks. It looks that good.
Yeah. Look at the paint.
Yeah, for
Feel the
real.
finish on that car.
Wow, looking under the hood, I would not have guessed. I mean, it is so clean. The vacuum lines, everything that they may have done a little bit of updating for, a few things like that. But those touches, and again, those kind of Western style finned wheels. We've seen a lot of these cars come through, and when you can see one that's done right, obviously well taken care of, they bring big money.
Yeah, somebody was under that hood with Q-tips and a toothbrush. And, that's the way we did it.
37 is the bid.
He says he won't give any
Yeah, these Z-cars are one of the markets that are just slowly creeping up over the past few years in the collector car market.
Especially the ones that are in primo condition.
Yep.
Yeah, the 240s really are just so desirable. And for a long time, it was like nice, whatever.
It's refreshing to open up the hood and see that numbers matching inline 6 in there, because it's become a popular thing to do, too, to LS swap these cars. We've seen a few of those. So nice to see the originality under the hood.
Quick, name any car that hasn't had an LS swap.
I'll get back to you in an hour or two.
V8 automatic 4-wheel drive air, no reserve.
We're going to move on now. The bid goes on at 37, as you see. A 96 Silverado 1500 is up next. This one's selling at no reserve.
Oh, this one has not been used up at all. About 55,000 miles showing on the odometer. It's got the 250 horse, 5.7 liter V8 and an automatic transmission. This is a 4-wheel drive truck. Okay, Silverado 1500. Got cruise, tilt steering column. It's as much a car as it is a truck in a lot of ways. Standard cab, short bed.
And it's always fascinating to me. We call these OBS trucks, but then there's also a Ford that's an OBS. It stands for original body style. Neither of them are the original body styles, but someone was like, how about that one? As it was original to what they remembered. What's interesting about these trucks, in the last, let's say, 10 or 15 years, we saw the price come down, and we saw the aftermarket industry start making more and more parts for them, and then, surprise, the value of the truck started to go up, because so many people realized, oh, you can replace a dash or a door panel. They've got all these little parts that we need to keep these classic trucks on the road. And Bill, it has really changed the market. So many times we see that aftermarket, how it impacts it, but we see it every week here.
Yeah, we do. We see the trucks come through here, and I got to say, when you consider how many of these were built and the fact that they can still appreciate in value, they are so collectible and desirable to a lot of people.
It's also a little bit shocking to call a 1996 truck a classic.
Right?
But it is. It qualifies.
Sure does. Anymore. All right, it brought 20, and a 71 GTO is waiting right behind it.
Oh, yeah, 1971. The sand was running out of the hourglass for big performance GTOs. This one has the base 300 horse, 400 cubic inch V8. This one with an automatic transmission as well, all restored and beautifully done. Take a look at this GTO. Rally 2 wheels. Poke our nose inside there, interior. All right, all correct. And presented perfectly. Has PHS documents with it, and all the receipts from the restoration goes along with the car. About 6,400 GTOs were built in '71 with this engine in it and an automatic transmission. And it's got kind of a deceiving wing on the trunk. A little 300 horse is far away from the 366 horse Ram Air 3, but there we go. Still looks good up there.
Zach, both your people are out now to get 37 to bid 40.
We have a bidder on the upper left of your screen in our gold lounge, and I believe that is in the end zone, high above the end zone, far to your right as you look at it at home.
And down 40, and down 2, down 42. I get 40, down to Ahmed Sutter, 42. Hit 40, David get here 2 down.
40 is the bid. Zach's got the high bid, and his
offering lot T74,
bidder just
66 Impala SS with a
sealed the deal right there.
Yep, well bought. Nice car. You're going to have a lot of fun with that.
40 grand for it. Next up is a 1966 Impala Super Sport.
Yeah, we got to look at this a little bit earlier at the top of the show. It's a real Super Sport, and it has a 396 in it, which adds to its collectability, that big block in there. 325 horsepower would have been the factory rating, but it looks like got a high-rise aluminum intake on there, and looks like a Holly 4-barrel hiding under that open element air cleaner, so we got more than 325 now. Power glide automatic, shifted on the floor, but I love the color scheme. Red with a white interior, lots of eye candy on this Impala. Rally wheels, raised white letter tires.
So, $20,000 Ryan Burr.
Now the next 6 cars in a row are all going to be offered from the
All right, at no reserve, that Impala Super Sport brings $20,000.
Thank you.
And a 1990 Jimmy Sierra Classic right behind it.
Well, I had an old S10 Blazer, which is the sister to these Jimmys, and they were kind of neat. You know, not particularly fast, but rugged and durable. Great in the wintertime. They could crawl over anything, the all-wheel drive. There you see the 4.3-liter V6, and that became the foundation for the Typhoon and the Cyclone, which was built in that same general time period. Automatic transmission, power options include steering and brakes. It's got AC, tilt column, cruise control. Loaded.
Yeah, this size vehicle really kind of was the precursor to what's known as the SUV in modern nomenclature. This one in particular, the Bronco 2, fell into that same kind of category. Manufacturers were downsizing their trucks in order to appeal to a younger market.
Yeah, two-door SUV, you know, was for somebody that didn't have 3 kids, but wanted the versatility of an SUV, and these trucks right here would do that.
All right, let's check out this 66 Pontiac Star Chief Executive. Who had this one earlier? Chris, you did?
That was me. And, you know, just the Goodfellas quality of this car is what really attracted me to do a preview on it. Just really nice, clean, classic cruiser.
Not a Bonneville, but it certainly has all of the bling and all of the profiling that you'd see in the top of the line Bonneville. Yeah, 389, automatic transmission, standard fare, power steering, tilt column.
And just a little upscale goodies to give it a little bit more of an upscale identity. As I mentioned in my preview, they started using that executive moniker. And in fact, in 1967, a year later, they dropped Star Chief and just called it the Pontiac Executive.
And there are a lot of people who have not even seen one of these. This is not a trim level of a Pontiac that you see quite frequently.
Chris, if you had been an executive running a big company in that era, do you think you would have reached for?
I think I may have considered this. Yes.
Well, speaking of not seeing a particular make and model very often, as this one sells for $16,000. You mentioned the executive. We have a 1976 Ford Elite coming up a little later today.
Yeah. That was the height of the platform sharing for Ford back then.
Definitely.
When Fords and Mercurys were all swapping out chassis and powertrains.
Yep. 1954 we go next. Look at that blue Flame 6 under the hood. That look familiar, Bill?
Yep, it's Corvette powered, as I like to
Yes.
say. There you go. That is the 115 or 125 horsepower version. You know, the manual transmission cars had less horsepower than the ones with the automatics. That's a little backwards to what we're used to. But that has a 3-speed manual transmission, meaning 115 horse. Has a radio in it, and that wasn't always a standard deal back in the 1950s either.
I think if you parked a 54 Corvette next to this one, this 54 Chevy, and you said, okay, these cars each have the same power plant, you'd be like, really?
Yeah,
It's
really.
true.
10.5 is the bid. 10.5 is your hammer price for that 54 Bel Air. Chicken George there doing the assist with the bidder. So we'll put that one in the books and take a look at another offering from GMC. This is a K1500 High Sierra 1984.
Did we say trucks?
Yeah.
Here's another one. This one has 305. That's the little V8 engine that had 160 horsepower back in 1984. Automatic, it's a 4-wheel drive truck. There you see the engine right there, very clean underneath there. And it's loaded. Power steering and brakes, AC, AM, FM radio with a tilt wheel and cruise control. Power windows and locks and rally wheel. This is optioned out pretty heavily. But I think that is the way that these trucks a lot of times were being ordered when they weren't going to be work trucks. Daily drivers, or, you know, maybe do a little light hauling.
Yeah, GMC just a little more bougie,
A little bit.
you know, in all factors perhaps. And in this case, 21,000 just bought it. So we will take a brief time out here and resume our live coverage from Fort Worth in the Dallas-Fort Worth event here on ESPN Plus.
There he is, Pete Toto. What a great story, Scott. Think about a young man that's from Hobart, Indiana, walks by this building every day as a young man. It's an automobile dealership. Someday he owns it and restores Duesenbergs and other high-end classics in that same building.
Super cool.
He is.
And those cars are coming up, as you saw. The bid goes on this 67 Ford Galaxy hardtop at $15,000. By the way, thank you for pronouncing Hobart correctly. It's not Hobart, Indiana.
Spell that way.
Yeah, it is. It's Hobart. All the folks in the land of the Brickies are grateful. All right, 98 Jeep Wrangler is on the block now. No reserve at $12,000.
Yeah, look at that Zebra. That's a 4-liter, by the way, in there. That is that indestructible, last forever, straight 6 engine from Jeep, 181 horsepower, 5-speed manual. And this looks like it's right out of the pages of Hatari with that Zebra paint there. Ready for, you know, the next safari. A lot of extras in this, too. It's got AC, extra running boards, and of course, it's got that hard top there that's got that, looks like a rhino finish on it.
Yeah. Side steps, fender flares, bike rack up top, or whatever you want to put up on that bike rack.
Yeah.
Very nice, $13,000. And somebody just bought it.
Yep, that's going to be around for a long time.
We often talk about how well Corvette handled their special editions, their collector editions, their throwback cars, if you will. Here's an example, a 1982. We see these fairly often, collector edition Corvette.
Yeah, there were several collector edition Corvettes over the years, but this one kind of special because this brought the curtain down on the C3. 5.7 liter. And oh, so many of those Corvettes had back then. 200 horsepower in that one in 1982. Just with the 4-speed automatic transmission. And it's got the collector edition livery, as you can see. Silver with the dark silver, almost a Steel City's gray accent on the hood, and see the laser type stripe along the side as well. Not particularly valuable, these cars, even though they are collector edition, and they are the last C3 to come from the factory, and they have that lift up glass in the back, which you can only get on these cars this year, and very affordable still.
32. I thought it was a Texas 9. 31. Iron David to get 30. 31,000. So 30,000.
That silver beige that you mentioned, Bill, exclusive to the collector edition. If you see that on an 82 Corvette, you know that's what you have.
Yeah.
Well, next up, this is kind of cool. 72 Opel GT, selling a no reserve.
And Bill, this one's funky. You know, I had to go take a look at this morning. You know, typically that Opel would have had a sleepy little 4-cylinder
1.9, yeah.
But this one, oh no, Bill.
No.
You tell him.
How about a Mazda BP inline 4 with a T28 turbocharger? And I'm going to guess that could we be hitting 250, 300 horse with that engine? Hard to say, but a whole lot more than the original Opel GT engine had, I'll tell you that. They've even swapped out the rear end. It's got a Volvo rear end in it with 370 gears. Coney adjustable. Yeah, they've done some work on this. Upgraded the wheels, 15-inch wheels. No Opel GT ever came to the factory with 15-inch diameter wheels.
No, and those flares on there, too. I mean, they did a lot of work to that one, and it is sold and going to a happy home, Bill.
Yeah, it's tricky, but fun.
Hey, and it brought $23,000 here in Fort Worth. Chris Jacobs standing by for us next.
Oh, yeah, Scott. Well, one thing you can always count on at the State Farm booth is that they're going to have a cool car. And this year is no exception. Check out this 1968 Camaro RSSS, and a couple things make this car cool. First of all, let's check out the original 396 under the hood. That is backed up by a 4-speed manual transmission. Really cool silver color on the exterior, black rally stripe around the nose. But what really is exceptional about this car and makes it stand out is right here. That is the original houndstooth interior. Check that out. How amazing. There's that 4-speed manual transmission that I mentioned. It's got the center console with the gauges there. Just a clean, beautiful car, and will be on display here in the State Farm booth all weekend long. It is going across the block on Saturday, and wow, I just can't get over this original houndstooth interior. So cool. Scott?
Thank you, Chris Jacobs. You know, I know a guy who used to run a auto upholstery shop near my home in Indy, and he had still a couple of bolts of original houndstooth. You want to think those aren't pricey?
Yeah.
I mean, back in the day.
Yeah, you know, I've never seen a hound with teeth that look like that.
Well, I know.
Where did that name
You're
come
getting
from?
picky.
What would Bill's brother-in-law do with those bolts of original houndstooth?
That's a good question.
Well, here's a Choo Choo Customs El Camino from 1987.
Yeah, the Choo Choo Boys. They don't build a lot of these, but they're cool. This is one of 861 that were converted by Choo Choo Customs for 1987. Final year, by the way, they were doing conversions. Original V8 in that with a 700R4 automatic. And lots of extras. Factory air, factory tack, power steering, windows and locks, tilt column. And it's got a tonneau cover on it too, which always gives a little more of a refined look for these El Caminos to have a good looking tonneau. Power front disc brakes as well. It's loaded.
Well, our auctioneer at the moment, Trev Morvac, closes the bid at $23,000 on that Choo Choo El Camino.
Oh, it's a good looking truck, man. Krager, SS Mags, everything.
1993 Toyota Land Cruiser, slowly rolling down that red carpet. Here we go. Rutledge had this one at the top of the show for us. and we're going to open it up at $15,000.
Pretty wild. Yeah, this is of the 70 series Land Cruiser. We don't see a lot of these that are left-hand drive, so I'm guessing probably came from somewhere in South America, if I had to guess, because we did not have these in the U.S. originally. It does have the gas 4.5 liter, which is just an incredible setup in there. Big lift on this. The wild thing is it's got that 60-40 kind of a split on the front, so you can actually fit 3 people wide in there with that manual transmission. You see the transfer case set up as well, but you can fit 8 people in the back. So some people would call this a troopy or a troop carrier, although I don't think troops have ever traveled in this much style or luxury before. But for a car that can truly go anywhere and do anything, I mean, this is incredible. For Land Cruiser people like me, this one's real high on the list.
3 wide going into turn 2.
Man, It's got that Vin Diesel approved crash bar on the front of it there, too. What a truck. Didn't sell, though. Just came up short.
High bid of 22, I believe, is the final number.
Yeah, I'm just going to swing by that bid goes on desk if you guys need. I'm just going to check it out, you know?
That is very dangerous territory for you, especially after the Indy Fall Special.
You guys are enablers. That's what you two are.
Happy to help, man. Happy to help. Here's your 07 Dodge Ram Bighorn Edition next.
Big is right. You couldn't get a Dodge Ram in 2007 any bigger than this one unless you wanted with a dually. This is a crew cab and long bed, and that is a dually. See, I even corrected myself. Look at that truck. That is just a city block long. Could probably hold as many people as a city block. Just look at that truck. 6.7 liter inline, 6-cylinder. 6-speed manual transmission. That is built to do heavy-duty work. Chrome wheels, chrome step bar there against that black paint. That's killer.
And a high bid of $19,000. Here we go next. We're going to go motorcycle on you for a second with the 1974 Norton 850 Commando Custom. This is a one-off, a total custom, and it's selling at no reserve.
Norton, boy, that name is magic in the motorcycle community, that's for sure.
828cc parallel twin, Mecum carbs, 4-speed. That's a custom Corbin seat.
Yeah. A lot of powder coating, extra work on the finish from the paint, frame everywhere.
6,000 is the bid.
Guys, I was at the Barber Motorsports Park Museum on Saturday celebrating my friend Rob's 50th birthday. They had a bunch of Nortons in there, and it really just your appreciation for what they did with these bikes and why people just revered them. When you get surrounded by motorcycles and they still really stand out, it shows you why they're so special.
Oh, God, yeah. For a long time. I had a friend who had a cat named it Norton. From the Honeymooners, not the motorcycle.
Oh, man. $8,500, I believe, bought that Norton 850 Commando. Now to an 03 Harley. This is an FX STD Softail Deuce.
You think the price on this is going to go to the moon, Alice?
Well, look at the finish work on this. Look at the chrome and the polishing and the paint. Look at that hand-painted design on the tank. Follows through to the fenders, extended fork on this.
Powered by an 88 Cube V twin, 5-speed. And you see some of that custom airbrush work on the tank. And plenty of chrome.
Plenty.
Can we give a shout out to all the folks in the Mecum family that are lucky enough to get to ride the motorcycles across?
What a job.
I think it's a real coveted position.
Yeah. Yep.
I I was actually transporting one a few years ago in Harrisburg from check-in to staging. It was an old BMW with a sidecar, and I started it up and it died. I started it up and it died 3 times. As you see the dance of the Tay so far. I think she's happy. Anyway, they gave me the BMW with an empty fuel tank.
It's like an initiation, I think. You know,
Yes.
shows they love you.
That was pretty cool. All right, we move to a 1955 Chevy 3100 pickup truck.
I want to watch her dance again.
Oh, I'm sure we'll see it again.
That was lively. 55 Chevy 3100. This is all customized, beginning with the engine. 350 crate motor. Thank you, GM Performance. Second generation Camaro front subframe. This has been subframed. We talk about this all the time. Subframing some of these older builds allows you to have so much flexibility with what you do underneath there in terms of engine swap, disc brakes, suspension, things like that. This one has an automatic behind that 350. A lot of man hours went into that paint. That could be a nominee for the Paint Hall of Fame, I would think. That beautiful luster on that polyurethane clear coat paint.
So clean. And you know what? Those Foose wheels really show off the perfect kind of stagger there to that setup. But Bill, as you mentioned, when you put a subframe underneath a lot of these trucks, not only does it eliminate so much of that road walk where the trucks would just sort of creep back and forth with the old Kingpin setups, but, you know, wheels make it easier to fit a good set on there. The brakes, everything about these, just the behavior of the driving experience is so much better.
Oh, and we see that all the time, right? You're right. You know, basically you're taking the frame from the firewall forward and just you've got a blank canvas for whatever you want to do in terms of suspension, as you mentioned, brakes, things like that, and it's a better engineered build when you're done.
Hey, I tell you, $46,000 at no reserve. Just bought that pickup truck. That's our #1 selling machine of the day today so far, just short of an hour into the 6 hours that we are with you here from Fort Worth. Next up is a 2001 Corvette. Bill Stevens, what do you think?
I want to see the engine in this. As Dan shuts the hood.
Here we go.
There we go. Okay. That is not a Mark IV 427 for back in the 60s.
Oh, no.
No, that's the 427 LT5 that Chevy came out kind of like in commemoration of the original 427. But that's a small block based engine with that much displacement and a Pro Charger, by the way, if you didn't see that, with an automatic transmission. That Corvette is a runner. That is a fast automobile right there. And this is selling for ridiculously affordable money, I think, if we hear the hammer.
26, 25,
What will it gross me? 22.5. Yeah.
Dan, he should sell it, shouldn't he?
I'll do 23.5. Just try to help you sell it. 23.5. I meant.
Sell it.
close bid at $25,000. Close bid at
Trev says we're going to close the bid, but
Give me 24 in my pocket. I'll sell it.
we are not going to let
Sell
it go just yet. There we go. Reserves off.
By the way, I think I said LT5. I meant to say CR5 on that new generation 427. Okay.
All right.
Department of Corrections.
We'll cut you some slack. No worries.
You
Hey, and
always
it
do.
sells for $25,000. What did I promise you a minute ago, Bill, that we would see that dance again? And here we go. The lady that bought the Harley for $13,000. That's priceless.
She's got the moves.
A lot of people have heard of the swept line. Well, what preceded the swept line was the swept side, and that's what this one is, Dan. Very cool, very unique pickup truck.
Yeah, you put fins on it, and I guess that's the idea to sell it. But you know, the 55 through 58 Chevy Caminos were really the big thing, the fiberglass side beds with fins. This was Dodge's answer to that. And they only sold a few hundred because it was too expensive and it just wasn't what people were really looking for. But Dodge didn't get the memo that the Camios were kind of going out of the way. but it makes it rare and it makes it very unique.
What I love about this era, especially for Dodge, like if you look at the headlights and how everyone else was going so sort of circular and Art Deco, and they're like, you know what, let's just flatten it off on the bottom and then give it a hoop. Like little touches made this one so different.
You see the rear fenders there, right from a Dodge station wagon. You see the wraparound windshield, the wraparound rear window. These trucks had automatic transmissions that were push-button operated right from the automobiles. And you have a 6 or a V8, so they had power, they had style, but as you say, not big sales successes because the price point was a little high for what people wanted pickup trucks for. They were utilitarian, they weren't styling exercises.
What an absolute pleasure it was to get to be there, to have Dan walk us around and get to see that collection up close and personal, Bill. Just unbelievable, the quality and the variety of that collection alone.
At some point, I hope we get a chance to talk about Dan's background, too. Fascinating,
Yeah,
man.
how amazing is he?
Yeah.
Those are coming up here in Fort Worth tomorrow. Our coverage starts at noon Eastern, live here on ESPN Plus. 24 vehicles, 19 of them pickups, by the way, all at no reserve. By the way, Jack is going to have 60 cars, the Jack Shoemaker collection, 60 cars in Kissimmee in January. Right now, a Shelby Cobra replica build, 1966, $50,000 is the current bid. Looks pretty good.
It does, and I got to tell you, Mid-States Classics is responsible for this replica, and they go back a long way in the history of the Cobra replica, all the way back, I would say, to the late 70s, early 80s, when there were several companies getting into the business, and this one done well. Of course, they do not really stick to the original Cobra formula anymore. They're all personalized. This one with a 428 underneath, which original Cobras had, Phytec fuel injection, and a Tremec 5-speed. So even though the build looks very faithful to an original Cobra, a lot of changes have been made, but the finished product, certainly no complaints there.
All right, let's move forward to a 1974 AMC Gremlin X.
How did I know that he would be standing next to that car?
Just want to point out that I'm standing here with Dana Mecum, who has a huge smile on his face, so it's not just me that loves the weird stuff. Guys, when you see the stripes on this car, you see the kind of butternut squash color, the way that this stripe works perfectly with those really just unchanged Jeep-style door handles over the years, and then there's a color inset at the back. You really see what made AMX and the Gremlin X really just pop and so different. Excuse me, AMC, you know, they use different colors, they use different textures. They were trying to differentiate themselves in the market. And you see this car, little inline 6 in there, and they were weird. They were weird off the lot. They're weird now, but that's really what makes them so special, I think.
Yeah, you're right. You know, they came through the pacer, and you know, people were saying, well, how do you follow that up? Well, along came the Gremlin. This is the Gremlin X, by the way. This is the top trim level, but a little 6-cylinder engine. AMC didn't have a lot of money, so it was the styling and the cosmetics on these cars that they hoped would get everybody excited.
I mean, from that angle, it really looks like someone custom made this car and just cut the back off and wedged a little window, but no, that's how they made it. They were just cool cars.
Yep.
All right, the high bid on the Gremlin X is $22,000. So here's our 67 Camaro RS for you. First year, as we all know. This one's got the almost standard 350 under the hood.
Right. This has the build strategy that we see so often, but a little extra handiwork underneath the hood in terms of finish there with the chrome and the polishing. Actually, the entire engine itself has undergone an upgrade with an engine dress-up kit. So you buy all those different chrome parts and you bolt them on, and there you go. Headers underneath there. This has dual exhaust, as you might imagine, automatic transmission, and vintage air. Got power stuff, steering and brakes. The fronts are discs. And a cowl induction hood. Simple but effective.
Blake Baugh gives us a sign that the reserve is off. Yes, indeed.
Strong money. We're into the 50s.
53. What's your bid?
53.
52. 53. 52.
Perfect wheel choice.
54.
Oh, torque thrust twos, chrome.
Those are a little bigger than we are used to seeing.
Yeah, those early Camaros. Well, and again, remember they only had 14-inch wheels when they were coming from the factory. So
true.
You go up a couple inches and it's noticeable.
$54,000.
How old are you?
$55,000. 55.
You're gonna buy a pretty nice car.
57. Young lady.
Well, somebody else bid.
Right now,
We have 55. You want to give 56?
We better not. Pitch a big old fit.
You better ask. 56.
$57,000.
I'm being nicer than him. You want to give 6?
We better. Hey, would you give 56? Would you give 56? We better pass.
What do you think?
Have her look at me.
She says yes. I liked her answer better than his. You done? Thanks, guys. Thank you.
That's Jordan Hunter.
55.
Terrific young bidder assistant.
Nice
And unfortunately for them, goes the other way. But somebody just bought that really, really sharp Camaro for 55 grand. Love it. Okay, as promised, Bill, here is the 1976 Ford Elite.
Yep. Oh boy, this takes me back. During this time, let me see, is that a Mercury Montego? Is that a Thunderbird? Is that a Ford Fairlane? Is that, there's just a whole lot of cross-pollination going on in the Ford and Mercury ranks. This one with a 351 in it, automatic transmission, original paint, original vinyl top. Factory AM/FM stereo. Boy, this thing has been well optioned and well preserved with an old 8-track tape player inside there.
Wow. Wonder if there's a tape in it.
Guys, I gotta level with you. I've seen a lot of cars in my life. I've never seen an Elite. And
really,
yeah,
I'm kind of getting the vibe. Why? It's a very interesting mix, as you say. It's a lot of things at one time.
Yep. Yep. We don't get many Elites that trim level, to be honest with you. We will get this generation of the Fords, these intermediates, but no, the Elite, kind of rare for us.
$18,000 for the Elite. We don't get many Elites, period, not just in this trim level.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I'm trying to think the last time we saw one.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check in with Danielle Trotta right now. DT, what's up?
We're in the staging lane, Scott Hoke, and this car is getting a lot of attention. 1956 Chevrolet Corvette convertible. The first thing you'll notice about this beauty is the gorgeous paint color, kind of a shimmery rose gold. The official color from the factory is called Aztec Copper. Pretty rare, one of only 402 produced in this color in 1956. But it gets better under the hood. 265 horsepower, V8 engine, dual 4-barrel carburetors. And guys, this is a blue ribbon car, 7-time NCRS Top Flight Award winner at regional and national levels. Once owned by the racing giant Jerry Forsyth. So this car checks all the boxes, guys. Beauty, rarity, originality, and power. It's coming your way soon and crossing the block in just a little bit.
Love the California black plate. Love those dual quads too, Bill.
Yeah, and Jerry Forsyth. Boy, there's a name. You're an old Indy 500 hound. You probably remember.
Oh,
Jerry
Forsyth Racing.
Yeah, Teo Fabi worked for him, and Paul Tracy.
Teo Fabi won the pole at Indy in 83, I believe, 1983.
Yeah, sounds right. And, Jerry once owned that car. Kind of cool.
Here's a 2012 Cadillac CTS V.
Oh, our good friend John Craman and I used to lust over these cars.
Yeah.
Oh, they are world-class sports cars. These automobiles, the CTS-V, had one goal from General Motors, and that was to compete with the best from Mercedes and BMW and Audi, and I got to tell you, I think they succeeded. 556 horsepower, 6.2-liter engine that's supercharged with that automatic transmission that can be shifted manually, all kinds of luxury features as well. But you've heard me describe cars as 5-tool players. This Cadillac certainly fulfills that description. What a great car.
1998 68 Pontiac GTO.
They'll be happy with that one for sure. $36,000, man. That car has got a lot of life left in it, don't you think?
And the thrill that car will give you with that horsepower and handling, very few cars can match it.
All right, let's go back to 1968 and check in with what Pontiac was doing here a little bit with the GTO.
Yeah, we went through that styling change that I mentioned earlier when all of the GM cars became a little bit softer around the edges. No exception for the Pontiac GTO. There you see the 350 horse, 400 cubic inch V8. That was the standard engine. This one with the automatic, the Turbo 400. And there you see kind of that off lime green interior that semi matches the exterior color.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They kind of speak to each other.
It's kind of Goldie or something.
Yeah, it's April Gold is the name of the paint, but it does change colors as it goes underneath the lights here. Has the his and her shifters as well on that Turbo 400. Power steering. This one has PHS, Pontiac documents. Gives you the lineage and the provenance of the car all on paper. Matching numbers engine, by the way, and only 200 miles on it since that engine was refreshed.
So, 43,000.
And it brings 43 grand. Some folks up in the stands here are fortunate enough to be taking that one home at 43,000.
Red lines, wow. Never go out of style.
Never. The opulence and the styling of the 1958 Lincoln Premier is kind of hard to beat here, don't you think?
It certainly is. That is an extreme car. There you see the engine. That's the 430 cubic inch V8 there. One of only 3,043 of these cars built in 1958, going head-to-head with Cadillac and the Imperial. Power, everything in this car, trust me. We're talking seats, windows, the trunk releases power, power brakes, front disc conversion on it, power steering. And it makes me chuckle because when you take this Lincoln in 1958 and you compare it to what Lincoln was doing a couple of years later with the next generation of these cars, they have nothing in common appearance-wise. You just think about how conservative and how appealing the next generation of these cars were. But this one, I mean, the canted headlights, and you see all of the character lines along the side of the car. That almost like a tubular front grille there with big, heavy barrier kind of bumpers at both ends. That is a what we used to call a road whale because it has all the characteristics of a road whale. Here comes another road whale.
It's up to you, he said.
That is champagne.
It's your money.
Yes,
Go ahead,
with cream tan interior.
Am I wrong?
Gold touches.
$12,500.
The wide whites or the kind of medium, actually.
And you've got to know what you're doing to parallel park.
12.
Lincoln.
Now 12.5 to you.
I mean, everything is flat. The hood is flat.
12,000.
Everything is flat. You can't see where the end of the car is. Just kind of disappears.
$12,000.
Thanks, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen.
And not expensive.
No. 12,000 is it. Well, we're going to take a break here. We are well into our second hour of live coverage here from Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. Back in a moment.
Welcome back, everybody. So happy you're joining us here from Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, Texas for our continuing coverage of Mecum Auctions. And yes, we are in Texas, and yes, pretty much the truck capital of the world. So that's why I'm previewing this very cool 1992 Dodge Power Wagon pickup. You can see the exterior has been nicely redone in what I'm calling the Padres motif, with the yellow and the black, kind of almost looking a little brown. It's got the newly painted wagon wheels on there. The bed of the truck has been freshly lined and looking really, really good. It's got the roll bar, also that Padres yellow. But this is what I'm really interested in, the interior here. They left it completely alone. Totally stock appearing, which I love. It's a nice contrast to the refreshment that's been done to the outside. And how about this dash? Not a single crack anywhere on this dash. Got to love it. Perfect for cruising around Texas. And guys are going to be coming across the block in just a little while. And did I mention also, pretty obvious, it's a 4x4.
I tell you what, if you can have a car down in this, or a truck down in this part of the country and avoid the cracks on the dash, man, you're taking good care of it, putting it undercover. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. It is on the way here at Dickies Arena. Here is a 2010 Camaro Hall of Fame edition next. Brother Bill?
Yeah, this is to commemorate the induction of the late Dale Earnhardt into the NASCAR Hall of Fame. They only built 10 of these. This is number 6, and this is one of only 2 that were built with a 6-speed manual transmission, I think, as the Intimidator would have wanted. Odometer reads 630 miles, give or take. Holographic Dale Earnhardt emblem on the hood, which I hope we can pick up with our cameras. Here you see the interior with a dashboard that is autographed.
Looks like by Kerry Earnhardt.
I think so.
Oh, did that? Oh, the son. Okay. Special door sills, Dale Earnhardt emblems, plaques, all commemorating the man himself.
Oh yeah, you can see that.
Yeah,
holographic thing on the front.
Kind of like
barely.
Yeah, it's kind of ghosted in almost.
Yeah.
That's really well done.
42 is the bid.
6.2 liter V8. Nothing in the way of any radical upgrades to the powertrain.
If you find another one with 600 miles, good luck getting all those signatures. First of all, you won't find another one with 600 miles, and it's virtually impossible to get those
42
signatures.
is the bid.
45.
When you said they built 10 of these?
Yes, sir.
Worst case scenario, 48.
43.
You're talking about the, with
The bid, yeah.
no.
Tied to 50, Jimmy.
Close the bid at 42,000.
All right.
But what, Jimmy? What?
Hang on.
What, Jimmy? What do you got cooking?
50 wouldn't work.
Okay. Close the bid. Bid goes on.
Now offering T103, a 57 Chevy Bel Air hardtop.
Well, I'm there.
A V8 automatic transmission power.
I think they're going to go ahead and let it go at 42,000. Okay, so here is your ultimate all-American red interior, white and blue exterior 57 Bel Air.
Well, we will never, ever see the end of customized shoebox Chevrolet. No. This is never going to happen. All of them done a little differently. This one with a 283, which you could get in 1957, the debut year for that little V8 in the Chevy. Had some upgrades in terms of horsepower, Edelbrock 4-barrel. This one with a 3-speed automatic transmission as well. The original car would have had a 2-speed power glide, so that's been upgraded a bit. It's got front disc brakes on it, Krager SS wheels, and an aluminum radiator for extra cooling. As we've seen more and more of those aluminum radiators pop up to help with cooling, especially for street-driven cars like this one probably is. And those Krager mags, we'll never see an end of those either.
Oh, yeah. Well, Jimmy says halfway there. That means that 26 is going to be well short of what the consignor wanted. So we'll move on to a no reserve 1997 Silverado.
Extended cab, 350 V8 automatic transmission, and pretty much the way it rolled from the Chevy dealership back in 1997. It's got air, power windows, power locks. AM/FM cassette, cruise, power steering, and there's that soft surface finish on the seats, on the console. Love that in the wintertime. You can have your leather interior when it's 30 degrees outside. I want that cloth.
Boy, that one is so clean.
It is. And the odometer shows over 100,000 miles. So it has received royal treatment throughout its life.
14 is the hammer price on the pickup truck. And now we go to a 2003 Thunderbird, the 11th and final edition or generation of the Thunderbird.
Right, as of now.
As of now, yes.
Who knows? Yeah, you know, people have mixed responses to this generation of the Thunderbird. It only lasted 5 years, but this one right here, this is the second year of production, 3.9 liter V8. They upped the horsepower a little bit in 2003, and they all had automatic transmissions. And, you know, one of the laments that people had about these cars, they were hoping they'd have a little bit more in the way of power. They shared this platform with those Lincoln LSs. So again, the manufacturers sometimes have to do a little bit of mixed marriages to produce a car rather than go into the expense of redesigning everything.
Just a little point of order, 4 years on this generation.
What did I say?
You said 5.
Oh, right,
It's
4.
okay, 2002 to 05.
05, right.
And boy, what a great color of this one to really pop. And it's funny, isn't that interesting that people would say, okay, so the car didn't have enough power, but the majority of people that bought them were really people that didn't need a car with more power.
Yeah.
So I think it kind of found the audience that the car really was looking for ultimately.
Right, yes. It made no pretensions to performance at all. It was all about style and, you know, and nostalgia, too.
Exactly.
To some degree.
They're kind of the, you know, going back to the early birds, the 55 through 7s, just visually, you know.
Right.
So $11,000 buys that, and we get our first look at a 2008 Shelby GT500.
Yeah, this is the second year of that rebirth of the GT500. This was Ford built. This is not one of those Shelby GTs that goes out to Shelby, Mustang GT, and gets the makeover. Factory built, torch red, black interior, and that 500 horsepower, 5.4 liter supercharged V8. Later on, those engines got bumped up to 550, but this is the second year of that generation, the GT500, 6-speed manual. And only 214 of these were built in this color combination that you're looking right now at, the torch red with the black racing stripes.
32, 33.
Yeah, Shelby always says, you know, back in 1965, Ford wanted to jump into bed with me, and so we built that. That's how we used to say, GT350. And then 2007, well, they became bedmates again.
All right, high bid on the GT500, $33,000. Real cool 57 sedan delivery from Chevy up next.
Yeah, we like these. And this one is likable indeed. Had a V8 in there. I'm going to guess it's probably a crate motor, probably a 350 in there, with an automatic and air conditioning. Very conservative in the exterior appearance, solid paint. And I don't think we got any flames or pinstripes or ghost logos or anything hiding at all. Just a nice, solid red paint job with a tan interior. Touchscreen radio in there, modern touch. Digital gauges, tilt wheel, 5-spoke alloys. And I'm thinking we're getting close.
35, 36, 7,
35.
37, 36,
Are you thinking of getting out your paintbrush there, Bill, and doing a little airbrushing?
I always feel that way, you know. I want to airbrush something on there. Something from Jurassic Park or Marvel or something like that.
I think we get some old one-shot cans out, some long brushes. You could pinstripe that thing this afternoon.
We can do that.
We can make it happen.
No time at all.
Okay, the high bid on the sedan delivery, $36,000. Time for us to cut away for a moment or two. We'll be back to continue from Fort Worth in a moment. Well, terrific overhead look at Dickies Arena, our home this weekend for Mecum, Dallas-Fort Worth. As we resume our live coverage, I want to send it over to Chris Jacobs. It is time for our NPD preview, and Mecum again is happy to partner with National Parts Depot in 2025. Chris, take it away.
Well, Scott, there's a ton of Gen 1 Camaro fans out there, but I myself are particular to the Gen 2. And of the Gen 2s, the first year, 1970, is my favorite. And this is a beautiful example. And this one has actually the Z28 package, featuring, of course, that 360 horse 350 under the hood. It's got the rally stripes. It's got the Z28 wheels. It's got the hopped up suspension. It's got the spoiler. But what really stands out about this one, check out this interior. Exterior citrus green green over a green interior. How often do you see that combo? Absolutely love it. This car is so well presented. Actually, a little surprised it's not going on either Friday or Saturday, but it's coming at you on Thursday. And if you want your Camaro to look this good, Bill, what is the Bible of restoration that you need?
We're all looking at it right now. Chris Jacobs from National Parts Depot. That's just one of their many catalogs for anybody that's looking to restore their car or even do maintenance as well. So I'd have one of those if I was anybody looking to do their Camaro like this one.
Thank you, boys. That's nationalpartsdepot.com. You can find out more about their catalogs while you're there. Take a look at their extensive lineup. You usually get your parts to your house in a few days or less. They've got warehouses in several different parts of the country. Here is a 96 Impala Super Sport.
Boy, I tell you, this is another one of those cars where it never gives out of style. These SSs were just so sweet to look at. 5.7 liter LT1. You know, not overly imbued with horsepower, but you know what? It wasn't really about being a muscle car. It's a full-size Chevrolet. But it was just a great cruiser, lots of luxury features as well to go along with the appearance. Power steering and brakes, AM/FM stereo with a CD, tilt steering column and cruise. And you get this color right here, the burgundy, or get black. And, you know, if you ever go to one of these conventions and you see like 50 of these parked side by side, it's something to see.
It really is. Still one of the coolest around. I think Lil Troy said it best, you know. Want to be a baller, shot caller, 20-inch blades on the Impala. You're welcome, Scott.
Oh, I was about to say thank you, Rut. You're all over it, man.
Oh, man.
1984 Cadillac Eldorado.
We're still trying to recover from that.
Oh, yes, we are.
I love you guys. This is so much fun. We get to do this for work.
It is fun.
We will be recovering for a while, I'm guessing. Sub 10 grand at the moment. Look at that.
Yeah.
7,500.
And sub 30,000 miles, too, according to the odometer. This is an 84 Eldorado. And it's got that faux convertible top. That is a hardtop you see there. And it's, as you might expect, filled with all the features that you would see in any high-end Cadillac. Automatic transmission, electronic climate, tilt and telescopic steering column, leather interior, power windows and locks, power seats going 6 different ways, and it sells for under $10,000.
What a deal!
Yeah. Yep. And, hey, under 30,000 miles according to the odometer, so that hasn't been used up yet.
Well, you get a pretty good idea what year the next truck, or what decade the next truck is from. Looking at that paint, yep, 1987 Chevy Custom Deluxe.
Yeah, that's almost like war paint on that pickup there, huh? Little 305 V8 there. It's the regular cab with a step-side bed, and it's the 4-wheel drive. Power steering, power brakes, easy to drive, factory air, rally wheels. And the trucks just keep on coming.
Oh, baby. All weekend.
Yep.
Get used to it.
And each one different. Yeah, that's another bargain basement pickup truck.
23 pounds down free. Good free. High down 23 pound out of bed down free. Step side for 23. 23 pounds and top. 23 pounds and on the bed. 3, high down 3, down 3, down 3. Hit about it. 4. 24 pounds and down 9. Thank you. 23, 24 and a half. So 23 pounds and dollars. Travis.
There we go. Got your pickup.
Okay, Travis Delzell up there in the grandstand. And young lady just bought that pickup truck.
So do you think the new owners stick with that paint job?
Oh.
Maybe go their own way?
If I'm the new owner, I stick with it.
Keep with it, yeah.
It's kind of like your calling card.
Right. It's correct for the truck, for
Sure.
the era, everything.
Yeah, and it's, man, if you're going to repaint it, I mean, you're going to spend a lot of money doing that.
That's true, too.
Just
Yeah.
leave well enough alone.
Paint jobs aren't cheap anymore.
Right. Here is an 83 Buick LeSabre.
307 cubic inch V8, branded as a Buick engine. Odometer says just over 32,000 miles on this. Highly original. You can see that. Yep, there you see the interior. That's what they line caskets with. Didn't know that.
Really?
I don't know.
Wow.
You were aware of that.
I spent a lot of time growing up in an 83 LeSabre. My grandfather, Claude Boykin, had a kind of seafoam colored one.
Yeah.
And I can't not think about him every time I see one. Oh, they're awesome.
Thank you for swerving us away from that reference.
Just happy to be part of the team here, doing our work, you know?
Well, that sold, I'm pretty sure.
It did. 11,000. I think it was 11,000.
Right.
1955 Studebaker Commander now.
289 cubic inch V8. That wild induction system up top there. In fact, this whole thing kind of outside the box in terms of the color, the white walls, white interior. 3-speed transmission in this. And this one kind of represents what Raymond Loewy was all about back in the 1950s, the chief designer for Studebaker. An unsung hero in the automotive realm because he was a brilliant designer, worked on so many exterior design themes that have really survived the ages, are still considered beautiful to this day, and these Studebakers certainly considered that. And not a lot of money.
17 pounds, 18 pounds out, 17 pounds, 18 pounds it up. Thank you. Give 18 pounds, Laura. 18 pounds.
These Studebakers wound up being hot rods, race cars. You see them out at Bonneville.
Oh, sure.
Running the speed trials. They had a supercharged version from the factory. These cars, the old R2, same engine they shared with the Avanti back in the mid-60s.
Yep.
22, 22, 21, negative 22 pounds. 22. Rackwick, 22 pounds at 21, 22. Anybody else?
21. No, he has him at
21 pounds a dollar. 21 pounds a dollar. Mitchell. Up next from the Trader.
All right, thumbs up, yes sir. 21 grand buys that Studebaker. I tell you what, man, there are still legions of Studebaker fans out there.
Yeah. And it's really too bad that Studebaker went the way of all flesh back in the mid-1950s because they really tried to hang in there and really just did not work.
They did. Okay, here is the 92 Power Wagon that Chris was helping us channel some San Diego Padres vibe with a little while ago.
360 Magnum V8, about 245 horsepower, automatic transmission. There you see the engine right there. That engine wound up in so many different Mopar cars and trucks over the years. 4-wheel drive, as Chris mentioned, when we got the preview of it a little while ago. And big, beefy roll bar in case things get out of hand.
It's really cool what some striping and some colors can really offset a truck and make it look so different. When you look at one of these that maybe didn't have that much of an appearance package, really just puts a big smile on your face, tell you what.
Yeah, you know what, Rut? And that really was an offshoot of what happened in the early 70s with the oil embargoes and the lack of performance out of Detroit. We couldn't build really hot cars. Compression was coming down. And so what else do you do? You try to dress up the vehicle, give it a little bit of personality, and that's what we were dealing with for a while.
20,000 is the bid.
Now 1, 2, 3, 23 pounds another Power Wagon. 23 pounds another.
Those are kind of trick-or-treat colors, not real orangey orange.
No, that's like almost school bus yellow orange, you know, on the roll bar anyway.
Wheels look more orange.
Oh, it all matches, my friend. It's I had to get around it because I was like, oh, this is really interesting. Yeah. Looks great though.
Got another. Congrats.
Okay, 23,000 will take care of the business on that pickup truck. More straight ahead from Dickies Arena, Mecum, Dallas, Fort Worth. We are back at Dickies Arena, Fort Worth. Dickies located headquarters here in Fort Worth, so this makes a lot of sense for them to have their name on the side of the building. 1957 Chevy Bel Air as we come back from break. This selling at no reserve, Bill, low to mid 30s right now.
Yeah, what did I say earlier about there'll never be an end to the customizing that we'll see on these shoebox Chevys 55, 6, and 7 is another example. And this is the go-to engine for modern builds these days, especially with some of these classics, the 350 cubic inch crate motor with a 4-barrel and an automatic transmission. Not a big money build, selling at no reserve, and I would say that is well bought for the amount of work that went into that Chevy.
Indeed, 37 buys that Bel Air. Okay, right behind it is an 08 Wrangler Sahara from Jeep.
Right, not a V8, V6, 3.8 liter with an automatic, 4-wheel drive, like the black. That's what things look like in the engine room. Some extras, 20-inch Boss chrome wheels with Yokohama Geolandar ATS tires, plenty of rubber for wherever you want to go. Power windows and locks, premium sound with a sound bar. Crank it up. Hard top.
Close bid at 17 pounds, and a bid goes on at 17.
Hey, take a look here. This looks like some fun in the sunrise. Lot T118.
Okay, the high bid on the Sahara, Jeep Sahara, $17,000. Well, we're going to pause for a moment. Actually, we want to take you for a ride in one of the major headline cars coming to Kissimmee in January of next year. And our man, Steve Matchett, will help you with the door on this one.
One of 3 factory lightweight GT40 Mark IIs. 100% original body and chassis. Regarded by Ronnie Spain as the most original Mark II GT40, period. The Mark II GT40, arguably the pinnacle of sports racing cars from any era.
Oh my goodness. That car, Bill, gives you goosebumps, doesn't it?
Oh, I'm telling you, as a kid, I can remember so vividly those 4 GTs and how in 1964 they got off to such a rough start, but the evolution only took a couple of years to a 1, 2, 3 finish at the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Wow.
In '66.
Yep, big bucks coming up in Kissimmee, and oddly enough, we have, you could consider it maybe the grandchild of that car here in Fort Worth, Chris Jacobs with a more modern version.
Yeah, Scott, certainly the car that pays tribute to those original GT40s is the Ford GT. This one is the second year of this generation of GT, 2006. And this one is striped elite, which is so beautiful, especially in this Mark II black. Now, the consignment sheet indicates that there was a side stripe kit from the dealer, but I guess the first owner might have deleted those, which I'm a huge fan of. Powered, of course, by that now legendary 5.4-liter V8 supercharged, backed up by that 6-speed manual transaxle. And once again, man, does this car look nice in all black with no stripes, and well loved and well used. The consignment sheet also indicates that there's nearly 12,000 miles on the odometer, so whoever owned this car previously certainly got their money's worth. And Bill, you mentioned those Le Mans wins. All you need to do is slap a 2 on the side of this one, and you got your tribute car for that win in 1966 by, of course, Bruce McLaren. What a race, what a story, what now a legend. Guys?
Yeah, Ford versus Ferrari pretty much tells that story accurately. And what I find interesting about that, too, we'll get a closer look at this car when it hits the block. No stripes, no lightweight wheels. I don't see painted calipers. This probably maybe only has one option, the Macintosh stereo.
Right. Yeah, I wasn't able to get inside the car to see if it was a Macintosh stereo. Now, these calipers are painted. They're painted black. I'm not sure that qualifies as an option or they have to be red. I don't know. We'll have to do a little research on that, Bill.
Yeah, I think they have to be another color. But anyway, great car, nonetheless.
No doubt. No doubt about it. Thank you, CJ. Appreciate that. Back in the block here in the arena proper, a $35,000 bid on that El Camino SS, and the bid goes on, I believe.
Man, what a monster. It's got a 468 in it. That's a 454. 60 over. Big power in that little El Camino.
So let's pick up what's happening next on a 2006 Tacoma pre-runner pickup truck.
5.3 liter V8 engine conversion for this. That's right. Another one of those 5.3 conversions. The LS, it's everywhere. 4L60E automatic transmission too, straight out of GM. It's got AC and SR5 package as well. A few extra options there. TRD wheels. Hood's been scooped, as you can see. And we're going to see where this goes, and doesn't go far enough. Bid goes on.
Okay, so we'll clear the way next for 2021 Mustang GT Roush Stage 3.
Yeah, speaking of monsters, hello. Wow. This qualifies. Let's see if we can tell you about this power plant here. It is a 5.0. It's the Coyote, but it has been flexed up to 775 horsepower. 6-speed manual, has that extra signature package as well. So not only has it got plenty of power, but we're talking about brakes and suspension that can handle all of that. Of course, Jack Roush never goes halfway on any of these vehicles that he gets his hands on. Everything has really got to fit together. Brembo brakes with upgraded pads and rotors. Stage 3 dash. Engine bay badges everywhere. H-pipe exhaust, quad black.
51 you're gonna sell it? Yeah.
Magna-Ride suspension, that's Roush calibrated as well. Just so many things here that make this a world-class performance Mustang.
I know.
51.
I got 50 grand.
51.
Yeah.
52.
No.
3. No, I got 52 ahead of you. 53.
Now we can
53.
sell it.
Reserve is off. 52. 53.
We're on top.
53 pounds and under 2. 3. Or you want to get 3?
Reserve comes off at 52.
Anybody else?
3.
So 52 pounds another. So 52
There you go.
pounds another.
That's where she sells, heading the way of the internet there with Megan in charge of the online bidding for the moment. Okay, here's a 1956 Corvette that we previewed for you a little bit earlier. Only 6 colors were available in 1956, Bill.
Correct. That's Aztec copper with the beige contrasting coves. And as Danielle mentioned on her preview, a 7-time NCRS Top Flight winner. And as I've explained on previous auction telecasts, that whole process to get a Top Flight award from NCRS, that's not simple to do. Your car has got to go to several events, and it has to be judged numerous times. And only the cars that can pass that kind of muster repeatedly get the Top Flight award, and you can get one at a chapter, a regional Top Flight, or a national. This has won all 3. I just can't say, I can't say enough about the quality of the restoration of this car once owned by Jerry Forsythe. It's got the dual quad engine, 225 horse, 3-speed manual. That was a standard transmission in 1956. You get a power glide too, but the 4-speed didn't come along until the following year.
Yeah, 87. Would you give 90?
2 top cars, got the hard top, the soft top, has a radio in it, and a heater.
Oh, the reserve's off.
Yeah.
Not surprising when you know the pedigree of this car.
Oh, you said it. The judging sheets go along with this car. Boy, I'd like to sit down and read those some afternoon.
Sure.
And see the scores this car was capable of.
Man.
Yeah.
90 grand, far and away our top seller so far today. That is spectacular. All right, let's take you back all the way to 1941 and this Cadillac Series 62 Deluxe Coupe.
Not a hot rod. This has been maintained and restored to factory standards. That is the original 346 cubic inch V8. Has the original column shifted 3-speed manual transmission. Everything's been detailed. Everything has been refurbished, rebuilt, restored, and returned to very close to showroom condition. Factory radio, hand trim, dash, gauges, mostly original paint and interior. Isn't that wild?
That's crazy, man. No reserve in 20, well, actually, no, take that back. Bid goes on, the high bid at $20,000.
Welcome back to a beautiful sunny Thursday here in Fort Worth. The feels like temp is 70 degrees. I was just outside checking out some of the cars that are about to make their way inside Dickies Arena. We've got so much great stuff crossing the block and another 4 hours to do it. Welcome back. We are streaming live on ESPN+. I want to show you a car I'm calling the Brady Bunch wagon. The official name is a 1956 Chevrolet 210 Handyman custom wagon, but it just feels like something Jan and Greg and the kids would cruise around in, right? Although it's a 56, the show didn't debut till 69, but it has a gorgeous interior, vintage gauges, part of a ground-up restoration, stunning interior, and I love this copper orange paint. Some power to V8 engine, 350 cubic inch Chevrolet V8 engine. And do you guys like this too? I love the shag carpeting in the back. Bill, is it giving Brady Bunch vibes? Do kids today even know what the Brady Bunch is, or are we that old?
Oh, yeah, they're still showing reruns, so
sure
you can see
them. Don't
them.
you feel like this is period correct kind of for the show? I could see the family cruising around in this.
Yeah, the deep pile carpeting, you got it.
Yeah, it's coming your way soon. It's very unique, very cool. Keep your eye out for it.
Oh, we will do that. Thank you, DT. On the way here at Mecum, Dallas, Fort Worth. Right now, we need to focus our attention on another 67 Camaro as it rolls right in front of our booth location toward the camera here, Bill.
Cowl induction hood. It's got the ducktail spoiler on the back, and it has a 350 in it. Now, if that's the standard issue 350, 295 horsepower. And it's got the Power Glide automatic. We didn't see those turbo automatics come in until a year or two later. Power steering, disc brakes, custom stereo, dark red with the black stripes. Good looking car. And good looking money being spent to buy this as well. We're in the mid-30s.
Bill, was that cowl induction hood offered in 67, or is that something that's been added to this car?
I would think it would be offered. You know, that would come with a C28, obviously. But yeah.
Yeah!
What's funny is to sometimes see the original, I guess you'd call it the prototype, but the very first production 1967 Corvette. You pop the hood, there's an inline 6 in there.
Yeah.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Are you done? Thanks, guys.
And that one's going to the internet at $40,000.
Well sold.
I like that.
Yeah.
Next up is the 1967 Olds Cutlass. That is called Deep Dark Blue.
Oh, man.
And I will agree, it's been made up to be a 442 replica here, Bill.
Yeah, that is an eyeful with the paint. And
Isn't it?
Yeah, the wheel treatment. Whoa, baby. Yep. 442 replica, yep. V8, of course, better have one. Better have a V8 if it's trying to mock a 442. With an automatic transmission. That's a brand new white vinyl top and the white bucket seats inside. Sound system, that's been upgraded as well. New parts all over this car. Fuel tank, shock absorbers, rally wheels have been restored with 442 center caps. Radial white walls with the white center spokes on those wheels, those OEM wheels.
So if we're replicating the 442 from 1967 or 67, I think it was. What would the 2 be then in that 442?
Dual exhaust.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. I don't see it under there. So
well, climb under
and then
there.
The 4, and then the 4, the second 4 would be what?
Be an investigative reporter. Get underneath it. Well, it's got a 400 cube V8, so we're okay there. It's got a 4-barrel.
Yeah, the first 4 is good.
Yeah, and the second 4 would be 4-barrel. So
okay, so that's what I'm asking. Because well, then at 67 it would have been a transmission, but we're going to put the 4-barrel in there. All right.
Why are you being a nudge all of a sudden? You're usually
I just like to be a burr under your saddle.
Well, congratulations, because you're there.
Goal accomplished.
Hey, let's check out. Welcome to the program and the club, Chris. 96 Chevy C1500 now.
Guys, I think this would have started out as a WT. This would have been a work truck model because that's what that front end, that whole grill setup was really only available on those work spec ones, Bill. But tell us a little bit about this one.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. A lot of these trucks have never either worked or they're not working anymore because they become showpieces like this one, Brett. 5-liter V8, 4L60E electronic overdrive, automatic transmission, power front disc brakes. We see that done a lot. Power steering and factory air. Other power, windows and locks. And the front bumper and grille, they've been custom painted in the body color. And the interior's been redone as well. So work truck no more. Great choice of wheels too, Riddler wheels.
Well, it's working a little bit when it pulls something. I see the trailer hitch under the rear bumper there, so it's could qualify to do a little bit of work, but certainly more in the show arena than the work arena.
Yeah, you're doing it again. You know that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just here for the abuse.
The hammer price, $19,000, and that is gone. Going to be part of a new collection in short order.
Probably going to tow a jet ski behind that pickup truck.
Might.
Yeah.
You might. Here's a 1972 Chevy C10. Boy, this looks brand new.
Oh, look at it. Yeah, I'm telling you, the finish work and the presentation of some of these pickup trucks is just awe-inspiring. Crate V8, 350 cube with an automatic. They've gone leather on the inside. Ooh, that looks cushy in there, huh? Wood dashboard, tilt wheel, factory air. Sound system's been upgraded with a big old amplifier. And it's been lowered a little bit. Hard to pick up the lowering with those 20-inch wheels, but that's a Beltec kit underneath there.
And Beltec makes great stuff, and it's kind of interesting. When you do a subtle lowering like that, you're definitely going to improve the way the thing handles. But yeah, to your point, Bill, when you add that big a wheel and tire in there, kind of don't notice how low the truck
works
is.
Against the lowering, yeah. Beltec usually has a pretty big presence at SEMA, don't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Working on one of their kits right now for my 91 Toyota pickup project. Great stuff.
Ka-ching, ka-ching.
That's right.
Well, the bid goes on for that 72 Chevy pickup truck. Here is 58 Impala that is on the way, or that is here.
Yeah, and this one has the optional 348 cubic inch V8 engine with tri-power. It's the first year for that 348, and that opened the door, of course, for big block engines and big Chevys. The 409 followed shortly thereafter with those Rochester tri-power 2-barrel carburetors, automatic transmission. And Scott, for a long time, we can remember when 58 Chevys really weren't very high on the radar screen with collectors. And boy, things have changed over the last 15 years that I've been doing this. So
sure.
This went into the low 40s already.
Do you think that a movie like American Graffiti helped change the way people see a car like that?
What a good question, because that was Ronnie Howard's ride in that movie, yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
It feels like, you know, you think about the nostalgia and how a movie like that is now viewed. made me wonder that had a little bit of help there.
Yep. Hey, all of these cars, to some degree, are about nostalgia. That's the deal.
Oh, this one certainly is.
Harrison Ford in American Graffiti as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Driving that 55 Chevy that was in 2-lane blacktop.
Yep.
Wait, Chris, what does this car make you think of?
The Showalter collection or the Shoemaker collection, I'm sorry?
Oh, I was just like, I see a Camaro like this, and I think of our friend Courtney Hansen, because she had an old Camaro like this.
Yeah, well, you know what makes me think of is the MPD preview I did on this car, and I got a nice close-up look of it, and my favorite aspect of this car is that interior color. I hope the camera just captured that. It's actually that citrus green over a green interior, something we don't often see, Bill.
Yeah, and it looks black to our cameras, but you're right, that is a deep, dark green. Real quickly, this car's had some modifications done to the powertrain. It's got the 350 in it, but it's got Edelbrock upgrade on the carburetor, Sanderson headers with MagnaFlow mufflers underneath, stainless exhaust, and just about 99% of the car is original, but just outside of those modifications that I mentioned, it's been changed around a little bit.
Working on a $40,000 bid here.
First year an automatic was available in the Z28. This is, you know, in 1970 that's been modified, so this could have been born with a 4-speed. The automatic went in. I don't know.
All right, we'll take $43,000. The consignor will. And that gentleman right there is excited. A little bit understated, but yes, he knows he's got a cool car. Let's take a look next at a 1955 Country Squire from Ford.
Country Squire without the wood on the side. How about that, huh? We're so used to seeing the Country Squires with that wood paneling on the side.
You call that wood delete?
Wood delete with paneling delete. 272, that's that old Y-block engine, automatic transmission. Not a lot of modifications actually on this. Interior looks pretty original. That old Ford-O-Matic automatic transmission, wire wheel covers and wide white walls.
While we have a minute, $15,000, the current bid on this wagon. Of course, we want to thank you all for watching live on ESPN Plus today, but there are always more and more opportunities to watch, and glad to have some folks watching on Mecum TV on the Roku channel, Mecum's YouTube channel as well, and there will be more coming. So do they reopen the bid on the Country Squire at $15,500? I think they did.
Yeah, I think they're still working it.
Got to point out how cool that molding is that runs along the side, dips down on the front door, and then swoops up onto the top of the fenders. Just so much style.
Yeah, you know what? I think, Chris, that might be the signature molding on the other Fords that year, on the Victorias and what have you, because it kind of looks familiar.
Okay, George, if I can't do this, Jimmy, you might as well take over. Your bid is $15,500, $16,000, and I will sell to you. All you do is raise your bid.
Whatever it shakes out to be, this Country Squire is going to be well bought.
Sold $16,000.
Oh, indeed.
Sold $16,000.
Yep, Mecum rule in effect, and Matt Morvac hammers it for $16,000.
And if you wanted to, with that kind of a selling price, you got some money maybe to hot rod that a little bit.
Or
if you wanted to.
Put the wood back on it.
Put the wood back on it.
That is a great deal for that car. That's a beautiful ride.
Yeah.
Okay, 57 Ford Fairlane 500 Sunliner. Not the only one we'll see today or this weekend.
No, we roll the clock up to 1957. We get a look under the hood. That has the 312 Y-block V8. There you see it there. That is branded as a Thunderbird Special, because that's an engine you would find in the Thunderbird 1957 as well. It was the optional engine. The 292 was standard. Ford-O-Matic automatic transmission. The colors Inca Gold and Colonial White. Now this is the Sunliner, so this has the conventional convertible top. The Skyliner was the hardtop convertible, the retractable hardtop. And Jerry's Classic Cars brought this to Mecum. And boy, we see his cars a lot, Scott. Fabulous restorations on all of them. Has the Kelsey Hayes wire wheels. Real wire wheels as opposed to the wheel covers. And everything done just right.
I mean, style right down to the way the exhaust exits in the rear there. They just put a lot of thought into those vents and having that style kind of work with the rest of the car. So cool, man.
High styled for sure.
26.5.
£27,000 I have. Down paid, 28,000 a bid. 20, that was close. 20,000 on a bid. 28,000. Sir, take 27.5 from you. You got it done for us. Give 27.5. 27,005 in a bid. He knows his limits. 27.5. Just ask her. 27.5. 27. I'm gonna bid him 5 down 7.5, and I have 27,500. Yeah, he's in at 27, George. I know that. Sold 27. Sold 27,000.
All right. They finally got it worked out. Chicken George's gentleman over there is going to drive that Sunliner home. $27,000. Back with more live from Fort Worth in a moment. Oh, good look at downtown Fort Worth on a gorgeous Thursday. Glad you're with us from Dickies Arena as we return with our live coverage here on ESPN Plus at a 2009 Mustang Bullitt.
Yeah, this was a model that Ford brought back a couple times. This is the 2009 version. Of course, it's to commemorate the original 68 Mustang that was driven by Steve McQueen in the movie Bullitt that we sold here at Mecum Auctions.
We did.
So there we go, one of 810 built back in 2009, and the bid goes on.
And here's the 1975 Pontiac Trans Am.
Well, this is the way that Pontiac should have built their Trans Am in 1975, but of course the reality was they couldn't do it, and that's the reason why. That is a 425 horsepower, 400 cubic inch Pontiac V8 built by Carolina Machine Engines with 10-to-1 compression, Edelbrock intake and carb. Heads been polished, and matching up with that engine, a rebuilt automatic transmission with a 2200 RPM stall converter. So that is ready for hard launches. Brand new paint, that orange exterior, freshly sprayed. Inside, premium sound, new fuel system and brakes, and suspension as well. Look at the numbers on this. There's no way that the consignor could let this go for where we are. And he lets the reserve off. Yeah.
Oh,
quick, get me
perfect.
a Powerball ticket.
He's listening down there.
Oh, I'm red hot, aren't I?
That looks conspicuously like Hugger Orange to me, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
But it's cool, $18,000.
Oh, man.
That's it.
Oh, I'm still going to have to take a deep breath after that. Look at that.
Okay, 57 Chevy 3100 follows it up. Again, 350 engine.
Again, the ever popular 350 small block with an automatic. Yeah, this has a lot of upgrades as well. Power driver's seat. How about that, huh? Tilt steering column. Got a heater and defroster in there, which was not in that truck when it was built back in 1957. Electric water pump, cooling fan with an aluminum radiator. Pickup bed, wood slats, polished runners, billet style fuel cap. Down below, US mag, 17-inch diameter. Great looking truck.
Matt Morvek said, going to take another 11 grand or thereabouts.
Rightly
to get
so.
into the serious category.
Yeah, I'm
that truck.
Not going to quibble with a consignor on that.
Yep, I agree. Wait, they just took the reserve off. Kidding. I made you flinch.
I'll be shell-shocked now.
Here is a 1988 Chrysler Conquest.
Oh, I dig these cars. We hardly ever see them. These Conquests, just really cool little budget sports cars. Back in the 1980s, you know, not real big, powerful, muscular cars. 2.6 liter inline four, give you a couple hundred horsepower. 4-speed automatic transmission, of course. Manuals were also available. This one with a limited slip differential, and the color is Fiji blue, black interior.
Now, Rutledge immediately walked over to this car, and when I saw it in staging, I knew he would be interested in this. Rudd, I got a question for you. So explain then the relationship between Mitsubishi and Chrysler at the time when this car was imported by Chrysler.
Gosh. Well, I mean, I think this was one of those times when Chrysler needed a car, and they thought, how could we do this together? So this is similar to like the Scion FRS and Subaru BRZ, where they're all basically making the car and trying to put their own emblems on it. They had the Starion was the Mitsubishi. This was the Conquest over here. They had a style to them. You saw the interior. This thing looks brand new in there. But I think this was trying to sort of serve a purpose for Chrysler to make something that was peppy and fast. It was rear-wheel drive. They were trying to get away from the awkwardness of all of those. They just turboed everything, and it was all garbage in that era, and it was all front-wheel drive. But was this a car that you really appreciated when it came out?
Well, you know, I appreciated the Mitsubishis, but when the Conquests were imported, it was kind of like, it felt like a knockoff of that car.
Yeah, I felt like they just stuck their emblems on.
Right.
I think mostly because they did, you know? Yeah. But still, people love these things. I've got these wheels on my 91 Toyota pickup. The wheels later, those are 16x7 in the front, 16x8 in the rear. They later did an 8 and 9 stagger setup. And nerds like me that are into stuff like that have just kept these things going forever.
Yeah, well, they've entered the nostalgia category now.
Yeah, I love them because of the wide body look. But anyway, we move on.
We do, with a 57 Bel Air.
That's been semi-modified. I might call this a resto mod. 283, that's the engine that they came with if you ordered that optional V8 back in 1957. Automatic transmission, spinner wheel covers with the white wall tires, tinted glass, and that original looking interior. So just a few very minor modifications to this 57. And I would say, yeah, we're going to get close if the bidding keeps going the way it has been.
22, yeah, I was going to say Rustomod in the minimalist sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at this price, I mean, you might be able to pick this one up and really give it a nice going over to make it a lot beefier and tougher looking, certainly in the wheel and tire department.
Mm-hmm.
High bid here at $25,000. So the bid goes on, and our attention shifts automatically to a 1969 Pontiac Firebird.
And you know what?
Did you get that?
Yes.
Automatic transmission.
I did get that.
Okay, good.
Why would you think I did?
Don't get me
started. Is it this blank expression on my face?
Yes.
Oh. Again, you know, this is, again, kind of like a little resto mod kind of approach here. It's got the factory 350 with an automatic, but vintage air's been installed. Willwood 4-wheel disc brakes and March Performance serpentine belt setup in front of the engine, and Dakota digital gauges. So not a lot of money spent, but spent on the right stuff. And you see the American Racing Torque Thrust 2 wheels.
It's funny, Bill, sometimes those like fireside chat conversations you have with your friends. Saturday night, I had one with my friend's dad, Randy, and Randy was saying that he's got a Firebird convertible in his garage, and we started talking about, you know, if you look at these, I think they got the better tail lights over the Camaros. A lot of people think the front end's got a little bit more style. It did have some, I thought, kind of tie-ins to the GTO if you look at the grille setup on this one, but do you think that this was a better looking car than the Camaro, but did didn't get the love, or how do you look at those?
It's so subjective, you know. If you say you like the Pontiac, you get the Chevy guys screaming and vice versa. But do you think there's a dramatic difference between the two? I don't know.
Of course not. It's just those little, to me, I don't think it's huge. I just think it's a kind of particular styles, right?
Yep.
But I always wondered, like, when these first came out, what was that defining line between the Firebird crowd and the Camaro crowd?
I would have to say that the Chevy probably had a better talent agent and probably got a little bit, you know, got a little bit more, shall we say, promotional horsepower.
A little more hype to it as well, sure.
Chevy had it going on back then, no question.
Takes 30, Matt. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I was never a fan of the front end of the Firebird. I give the nod to the Camaro in that category.
This one was maybe a little busy compared to how clean you feel like maybe the Camaro is.
Yeah.
And then it's weird. I think,
but
the taillights are cleaner
Pontiac,
on
though.
this.
That's Pontiac.
Right. They were bigger. They were gaudier. I think if you look at the taillights on this, that's a cleaner setup than that same era of Camaros. But yet, it's a weird. It's a little bit of everything, right?
Exactly. The front end on a different Pontiac. Not a big deal,
yeah,
but when you're comparing Camaro and Firebird, there's where you have to have that discussion at. Good crowd on hand for a Thursday afternoon here in Fort Worth. We're at Dickies Arena. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Rutledge Wood, and you. Thanks so much for being a part of it here on ESPN Plus. Right now, let's check in with Chris, hanging out at the Dodge booth, trying to give us some intel on what's going on over there.
Oh, yeah. One of my favorite places to be at Mecum is the Dodge booth. They always have cool cars on display. No exception here. 1970 Dodge Challenger TA, the cousin of the Plymouth AAR Cuda, and it sports that same package under the hood. It's got the 340 with the 6-pack. That's Dodge speak, of course. This one's got the pistol grip 4-speed backing it up. And this color is FY1, which in the Dodge world is known as Top Banana, Citron Yellow if it was the Plymouth counterpart. Black interior, the side pipes, of course, 15-inch rally wheels, vinyl top, all making up the DNA of the 1970 Dodge Challenger TA. Fiberglass liftoff hood with the intake. Oh man, this car is just perfect. And one of the only cars that actually has its birthday on the fender tag. Right here, I don't know if you can focus in on it, but it says 410 right there. That is actually the date of manufacture, April 10th, 1970. Bill, there's something else in the booth here that I know that you're a big fan of, and as the camera reveals it, I will let you take it away, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, Godzilla is in the house. Oh my. 2016 Viper ACR, the American Club Racer, the most extreme Viper that you can get your hands on. Remember, 2017 was the last year for the Viper as we know it. This one, the highest factory rated engine, the V10 with 645 horsepower, has the aerodynamic package, got the Brembo brakes, Bill Stein shocks. It is ready for the racetrack, and this is the Viper, ladies and gentlemen, that was so responsible for so many of those racetrack wins that the Viper scored internationally. What a fabulous car this is, and we will see this on Saturday.
Guys, thank you very much. I think you'll be spending the night in that car tonight.
Oh, I
right?
would, in a heartbeat.
It's a good one, indeed. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Bill. Yes, and Dodge is also the official motor vehicle manufacturer sponsor of Mecum Auctions. Always glad to have them playing a big part in our event.
Scott, if I can jump in with just quick clarification. I mentioned this FY1 color is Top Banana in the Dodges. It is actually Lemon Twist, not Citron Yellow in the Plymouth crowd. Didn't want to get any hate emails after that. Misspeak.
Yeah,
no worries.
We don't like those emails.
No worries. Okay, they are working here in the building on, or in the arena proper, a 96 Mitsubishi 300 GT SL Spider. The reserve is off at $17,500.
cool cars here. Now this one is not the turbo version. You get the twin turbo, which was a real screamer. This one, 3-liter V6 with fuel injection. This one also has the power retractable hardtop as well. You get a fixed roof version, of course. And this one loaded with leather, air conditioning, what have you, and it sells.
17.5, right on it. All right, 2002 Camaro. This is an SS 35th anniversary edition.
Who would have guessed that we would be saying goodbye to the Camaro after such a fabulous career as a street car, a race car, a custom car. This one with the LS1, 325 horsepower, 5.7-liter V8 with an automatic. Two-tone leather inside, tilt wheel, cruise control, all original, all in showroom condition underneath there. Been driven a little bit, odometer reading just over 82,000 miles. And not a budget buster by any stretch. We'll see if this sells and what it'll sell for. But we see these come through at fairly regular intervals. And the super low mileage cars, of course, are going to go for a little bit more.
Got $15,000, $16,000 sells all the way. 16,000, and 15,000.
That's a lot of car for the money.
Yeah, exactly. 325 horsepower. You know, this is not a pooch. Quick little Camaro.
And let's be honest, there's not a ton of cool rear-wheel drive convertibles that have any amount of power still.
Yeah.
Well, this one brings $17,000.
Well bought.
1955 Ford Custom Line Coupe will be in line right behind that Camaro. Doesn't this color combination scream mid-50s at you?
Yeah, again, we see this color, and I think of my mother's Melmac dishware that we had back in the day. And even the countertops back in the 1950s could be this color, huh?
Yep.
272 cubic inch wide block, 3-speed manual transmission. It's got a radio in it, just an AM radio, of course. It's got the clock in there, and it would be amazing if that clock still works, if it hasn't been rebuilt.
13. Well, he beat you to it.
Yeah, these were the cars, you know, the custom line, you know, mid-pack trim level for Ford. The insurance salesmen and the Fuller brush salesmen and people like that probably be driving around in little Ford sedans like this.
In a world of white and gray mini SUVs that just everywhere you go you see them.
Like today, you're talking about today, yes.
You look at a car like this and just go, man, we just went away from style. We were like, let's not do stuff that makes us stick out. Let's just all be the exact same. Everything's modular. What a beautiful ride.
You're preaching to the choir, man.
Rutledge could not exist in a universe like that.
High bid on that Ford, I think it was $14,000. And next up, here you go, Bill Stevens. 1969 Mercury Cyclone Spoiler 2, the Cale Yarborough Special.
I'm always fascinated by these cars because they point out what you might say is the appetite of the marketplace for Mercurys versus Chevrolets. And I think you're going to see what I mean here. Only 285 of these were built. It's got the 351 Windsor, probably putting out about 300 horse, give or take. It's got the FMX 3-speed automatic, power steering, power brakes. It is in excellent condition. Correct factory two-tone, Code M polar white with a Code T cardinal red exterior with a red interior, bench seat, and selling at no reserve. And all I can tell you is, you know, the difference between the marketplace on vehicles like this And big block Chevrolets, you know, of course the 351's not a big block, but it is still a powerful engine. There's some disparity there.
You see a guy in 1969 pull up to the stoplight in this, pretty sure you know not to race him. You know, it's like don't fight a guy with cauliflower ears. You just kind of know.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you guys know this. What a great nod to NASCAR in the era of the winged wars, right? We had Plymouth with the Superbird. They had the Daytona. You can see the front end of this looks a lot like that Daytona 500. They were trying to get everything as smooth as they could. But what a cool little piece of NASCAR history. Right
Yeah,
there.
that's right. I didn't mention this is one of those aero cars that, you know, everybody was trying to build back then to compete on the super speedways.
Just sold for 33, and another car at no reserve here, a 1973 Charger Rally.
Yeah, the world was changing rapidly in 1973. In the world of the muscle car anyway, this one with a 340 small block and a 4-barrel, and the TorqueFlite 727 automatic transmission. 2 years earlier, if you wanted a Dodge Charger with a Hemi or you wanted a 440, big block engine, just step right up and check off the right box on the order form. But by 73, like I say, we were seeing a decline in some of the great horsepower from the earlier generations. This has factory air, the slapstick style shifter, which is kind of cool on the center console. Factory rally package as well for instrumentation. Dual exhaust with machine gun tips, they call those.
Yeah, what they lacked in power, they're making up for in style. You know, these kind of earlier 70s, especially this body style, is kind of coming into a lot of popularity now amongst the collector car crowd. They were kind of forgotten about, you know, 10 years ago. But now people looking to get into the collector car market are really putting their focus on these early 70s Chargers.
Yeah, that's a great point, because without that rally package on there, this car really doesn't stand out unless you have someone like, say, I don't know, Daisy Duke climbing out of one to really change your mind about the cars, as Catherine Bach did. But this one, that stripe, you're right, it just changes it so much, Chris.
Yeah, it's a factory rally stripe package, as I believe Bill pointed out there. And, you know, those rally wheels look good on everything.
26,000 just bought it. And we'll go to a 1987 Grand National up next.
Yeah, we had that Regal Turbo earlier. And now here's a real Grand National. This has a 245 horsepower, turbo 3.8, with that Garrett turbocharger. They all had automatic transmissions, limited slip differential, and this one just shy of 60,000 miles on the odometer.
Yeah, last year for the Grand National, and the pinnacle year, really, the only year of the GNX, which is what that T-Type was made up to look like earlier. And this is a super clean one on the outside. You know, you mentioned that mileage, but the price is creeping up as the market on these cars has just skyrocketed in the last 10 to 15 years. Just incredible what people are paying for these cars right now. And this price that they're asking right now is certainly right in the pocket. It's what I predicted, right? I said about 35 to 40. Yep.
And you know me, I was just standing there saying all I ever wanted was a black Grand National. Forget being rational.
Uh-oh. You gonna lay some more rap on us
Give
here?
them what they asked for.
40. 40. Gus, help me out here. I need 40 from you. 40.
Between 38.5 and 40 is only 1,500.
40.
The wife's only going to yell at you one time.
40. 39. 40.
Right.
40.
Right. I got you.
40.
I got you.
40. 40. Who said it?
Yeah. No, I got you. I got you.
No, all the problems are
Well,
solved.
all right. So someone bid 40.
Car off the
So
block. I've got $40,000.
40 is
George.
bid.
41. Man,
I got
why
you.
don't you go to the bathroom right now? Go ahead and go to the restroom.
Yeah.
41. I got 40 with George. 41.
Okay. All right. I won't beg you. I just want to double check. So they're at 40. So they'll be selling unless someone jumps in there.
That's the voice of Gus Kozar, one of our consignment agents on the telephone. And his bidder is out.
All right,
for the
no
moment.
problem. And just to answer a future question, what happens is
And the Grand National sells for $40,000.
245 horsepower and the quickest American-built production car you could buy in 1987. How about that?
And with a hammer on that car, we will take a break. Our coverage from Dickies Arena in Fort Worth resumes here in a moment. Stay with us.
This is probably the closest chance we'll ever have to going back in time and having the opportunity to go right into Don Yanko's dealership and purchasing one of his legendary Copo Camaro supercars, brand new. I'm Matt Avery.
And I'm Bill Stevens here at the Cliff Ernst Collection. And we feel like we're on Treasure Island for high-performance Chevy fans, and we're going to share that experience with you right now.
Tell us about this, JR. This really is the centerpiece of the collection. What's the story?
So the gold car, along with being one of 10 in Olympic gold, after Dad acquired it from the original owner, he realized pretty quick that the car was special. It had badging that was different. The badging better matched the 68, in particular, the 427 being on the fender versus the cowl, and then the word Yanko, and the name Yanko being above Camaro. In further digging into it, it was realized this was the car that was taken and driven by Ed Hedrick as the pilot test prototype car. And it set the quick lap that had everybody talking on Yanko turning 11.94 seconds in a quarter mile.
Well, you know, if you see one Yanko Camaro, that's certainly an event. How about a six-pack of Yanko Camaros? Well, that's what the Ernst collection has, and you know, to put it into words, it's very difficult to do because they're all perfect, each and every one of them. And we're going to be seeing them when they crest the Mecum auction block.
Yep, Kissimmee of 2026. You'll remember Cliff's name. He had some cars there in 2025. In addition to the Yankos, a 69 Trans Am, Bill, and a 68 GT500 KR as well.
And they're perfect.
Yes. I think you mentioned it. Here's a lovely little 1958 BMW Isetta, and we are poised to hit 30K.
Can
we
you
get another
believe
bid?
that? That's amazing. I mean, you think about this car, you know, it's not really one that you like hop in and drive. It's more like you're almost hidden in there like a marsupial, Chris, like a little kangaroo pouch. You're just kind of along for whatever this little thing does. It just puts a smile on your face every time you see him.
That driver does look very cozy in there.
That's true.
Looks like he does not want to come out.
No.
Been doing this.
He might not be able to get out.
Also possible.
Been doing this 16 years. Never a marsupial reference until just then.
Let's sell it to him. Let's let him know it's for sale. Let's let him know it's for sale. 28, 29. I get 28, 29,000. Is that a bid?
I think you can add that to your casket reference from earlier.
Give 29.
What
sir.
a day. No, but seriously, these micro cars, this market, I don't know, last 4 or 5 years, they're must-haves. Everybody wants one in their collection. Right. The Isettas,
they're just so quirky
yeah.
and cool.
Yep. And, you know, the Fiat Jolly, we see those roll through every now and then, and they're just fun cars.
I like this, that we worked on it long enough. 28, 29.
Yeah, those authentic Jollies, man, do those bring the money.
Way up.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Everybody wants you to sell it.
Yeah, exactly. No, they want you to sell it. You're the one making the decision right now. Hey, I tell you what, go like this and say, hey, I'm going to sell it. I've got 29. Got it. 30. Iron David to get 29. 30. Reserve is off. Iron David to get 29. 30. Sir,
Good signer.
I stood up for you a little bit ago. You might as well
Takes
give 30.
that reserve off. We're back to 29,000.
29, Jordy. $30,000.
I think it was Rutledge's marsupial description of the Isetta that got the car to have the reserve come up. Well done, Rut.
Yeah.
Just needs a little nudge sometimes.
And there we go for 29. It's in the books and headed to another collector or caretaker, as we often refer to them as. 2014 Corvette, and this is an important car in the Corvette annals, Bill.
Well, yeah, you know, we're looking at this little Isetta here, and now we go to a 460 horsepower Corvette, and the comparisons are almost irrational. Yes, 2014, this was the year that the C7 Corvette made its appearance on the stage. LT1, 6.2 liter. This has the Z51 performance package, loaded car. Although it's not the highest trim level, it's the 2LT, but it has a lot of stuff. Magnetic, selective ride control, carbon fiber interior trim. Mentioned the Z51 also has that Z51 performance exhaust system, chrome wheels, and a one-owner car. Lots of options and less than 5,000 miles on the odometer.
What do you get, 42?
42 work if we can get it.
Internet, you're out at 43. 42, 43, 43,000. I get 42, 43.
Pretty big buzz around the release of that C7 going into 2014. Perhaps not quite as much of a buzz as the C8s.
Yes.
But still,
there was a
lot of attention.
I was out of the Peterson Museum and hosted the West Coast debut of the C7.
Oh, yeah.
And Kirk Binion, the gentleman that designed the car, was there and explained why the design kind of took a departure from earlier Corvettes. There was some controversy about the taillights not being round.
Absolutely.
And he went through the whole thing, and everything he said seemed to make a lot of sense to people.
Push behind the restrooms.
Yeah, some controversy is
go out of the goal
understating how much of an issue it was for Corvette purists back then.
Well, the forums online,
Anybody
people
else
were
at
pulling out their hair.
43,000? My final offer, $43,000. 43. 42, 43. All right, David, get 3, David, get 3, David, under David, at 42, David, 43,000, and 43. Pound under David, under David, get 3, David, get 3, David, get 3, pound under
Do 39 to you.
I guess we're going to close the bid at $42,000. Close the bid at $42,000.
All right.
Check to you for 39.
Up next on walk now, showing his lot T1.
At 44, you would net 39.6, so we're offering you 39. It's $600 difference.
Black Cherry, 350 V8 engine, automatic.
You want to do that?
Okay.
Hey, I got news. I got $42,000.
There you go. Sold it
Reserve
for
is off the last car.
$42,000.
Anybody else at $43,000? A Corvette off the lot. 42's bid. 43. The reserve is off. Zach, last call.
Well, I guess he hasn't hammered it yet.
$43,000 bid and a half.
No, might be some
You got it, my friend.
late money coming through.
Yeah.
We have to wait here for, you can sit down, but I'm going to go grab the tickets. I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay, it's 42, the number.
350 automatic independent front suspension,
And so
custom
that will
interior.
head
Please read bid announcement.
to the gentleman's collection. While we take a look at a 1950 Chevy 3100.
Oh my, just another beautifully customized vintage Chevrolet pickup. 1950 3100. This was a time period when Chevy was going through the advanced design phase on these pickup trucks, and they really revolutionized the way that people started evaluating pickup trucks with some of the styling touches that they had and some of the modernizations. This one, talk about modernization, how about a 350 crate motor with an automatic? Independent front suspension has been installed in this with disc brakes. Aftermarket gauges, tilt wheel, and that color, oh, that is a deep, dark black cherry metallic. Wow. Offsetting those wheels, wow, what a look.
That is, oh man.
Just checking out the front of the car here, guys. One of the features that the builder decided to do was to color match the headlight rings here to give it that appearance of being Frenched, which is very, very cool touch here. I had to actually walk up close to it and see that it actually was not French, just those headlight rings had been painted body color.
Yeah.
Really great look.
Yeah, that's a good point, Chris. Back in the day, customizers loved to French those headlight rings and take that seam away so that the fender and the headlight trim was all smooth, one piece. A little extra work to do that, but as you say, just by color matching those rings, you're almost achieving the same thing.
Well, that's Paint Hall of Fame,
Yeah,
but
I think so.
that's like the understated category, you know what I mean? It doesn't really snap your head off.
It's addition by subtraction.
Right. That's my point. Beautiful.
Boy, I tell you what, I went to auctioneer school so I didn't have to be in the dairy business anymore. Hey, reserves off. I got 39, 40. What about you, sir? Do you want to get 40? 39's bid, $40,000. Hit 39. Anybody else? 40,000. So, $39,000.
All right.
Up next,
Hammer it. 39 grand.
Well, you certainly couldn't replace it for that much money, I'll tell you that. So rather than build it yourself, sometimes it makes a whole lot more sense to find what you like and buy it the way it is.
Well done. And well said, too. Let's move to 1955 Ford F100 now.
Yep, another custom. This one V8 powered. This one very conservative, again, like the Chevy that we just saw, really. Nothing too radical. That's a Ford V8 under there. Consignor's not telling us what it is, but just from its appearance, I'm going to guess it's probably a Y block of some kind. 315 miles since completion. And it still has the 6-volt system in it, which probably would help corroborate my guess on the engine. The Y block was an engine that was built under the 6-volt system. Polished 5-spoke wheels. And it sells.
Sold for $37K.
$37,000.
Oh, I jumped the gun there. I thought you said it sold. It hadn't sold yet. We both jumped the gun.
I thought I heard the hammer.
I thought I did too.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next car.
Now I'm hearing voices in my head, so don't listen to me.
1956 Chevy 210 Handyman.
Look at this.
Customized. Wow. What a
Beautiful.
ride.
Yeah. Crate motor 350, turbo 350, automatic. Beautiful job. Wow. Look at the paint on this. Chrome wheels from Rev. Pioneer high-end sound. Got that aluminum radiator to keep everything cool under the hood. Power steering and the PPG two-tone paint. Great color combination. I wouldn't do anything differently.
Gonna close bid at $37,000. Need to be over $50,000.
Okay, Trev Morvac says 37 will max things out for that 56 Chevy wagon. We need to take a break here as the bid goes on. We will as well shortly. Boy, oh boy, do we have a rare one for you coming up tomorrow. 1971 Ford Ranchero GT, but here's the details. Matching numbers, 429 Cobra Jet Ram Air. One of only 54 built with all of the options that this car has. The Deluxe Marty report proves that. 4-speed manual transmission behind it. And that car is coming up tomorrow. Part of our coverage beginning again at noon Eastern time. Wowzers, Bill Stevens.
That is the opposite number to an LS6 El Camino right there.
Absolutely right.
Head to head.
Well, down the other end of the block from us, the guys from 303 are giving these cars a last-minute super shine. And they're doing it with some great 303 products. 303mecum.com is where you can find out more about protectants, spray wax, everything else. And we invite you to go to their website, ASAP. Okay, 2008 Challenger SRT8 First Edition. That is what we have on the block right now.
Boy, Mopar excitement was really getting to be a fever pitch back in the early 2000s. As the SRT8s came through, we get them in the Challenger, actually get them in the Magnum, if you remember those.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, 425 horsepower, 6.1 liter V8. I had an SRT8 Jeep Grand Cherokee, and I'm going to tell you, that thing was a handful. They could get up. This one has an odometer that only reads about 1,500 miles. 5-speed automatic, power steering, Brembo disc brakes. That's how they came from the factory with the Brembos, and they're still using them. Air conditioning, sunroof, front and rear spoilers.
1,500 miles for $29,000. 28,
Yeah, I had a 2006 Grand Cherokee SRT8, then I got a 2007. And you just don't expect the Jeep Grand Cherokee to be that fast.
And you had that for a while, didn't you?
I did. I hated to get rid of it. I did eventually. Of course, I have a Grand Cherokee with 1,000 horsepower now, so, I haven't grown up yet.
All is well with the world, right?
Yeah.
We need to come up with a term for not humble brag, but like a horsepower equivalent of a humble brag. I think that's what that just was. I thought that was really well done. Guys, are y'all ready for something sinister?
Well, I think you're talking about the car that we have now, a 95 Impala Super Sport. But yes, expound on that, please.
Well,
Mr.
to
Wood.
me, you know, you'll see when we pull that camera back from that nice engine, the corners of these fenders have been shaved, so the corner light's gone, and it really changes up. This is a styling cue that really came over for Mini Truck, and it really hit this market real big. But this car has an incredible cat skin leather interior. You know, this is one I was really drooling on when I saw it on the website. Getting excited about it this week, but the stereo set up in the trunk, everything about this thing, total custom here. And you know, you were talking earlier, Bill, about these Impala SSs, not meant for really speed. I don't want to sound draconian about the whole thing, but you know, obviously it's a car that people really love, and it found a market. And with that kind of style-forward group like the Mini Truckers, it really found a home for customs like this one.
That looks like a SEMA build.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful ride.
Definitely could be.
Now
a lot of work into that one. $25,000 buys it, by the way. All right, those of you very sharp-eyed car crazies may have seen the 303 guys giving a little extra love to this 1953 Corvette. It's a replica, however, a fiberglass-bodied replica of the first year of the Corvette.
Maybe the way that Chevy should have built that first year Corvette. This one's got a V8 in it. Chevy small block in it.
Indeed.
Edelbrock intake. Dressed up the engine a little bit with finned valve covers. Polo white, it's the way they came, with a red interior. And now, years later, we look back at this 1953 Corvette and we say, isn't that quaint and isn't that cute? And, you know, isn't it kind of interesting that Chevy wanted to build a sports car, but they almost pulled the plug on this a year or two later because they just didn't live up to the excitement at the Motorama when they were first debuted. They thought they had a hit on their hands, but people started to run away because the roofs leaked and didn't have any power to speak of, only an automatic transmission, and the build quality on that fiberglass body. They were still learning at General Motors how to build fiberglass bodies.
Absolutely.
But luckily, it endured. The Corvette has certainly proven itself since then.
It was almost like a professional division auto tech class at a high school or something.
They were on-the-job training, building those cars.
I saw this car in staging, and I walked up to it. I go, oh, yes, a first-year Corvette. And I saw it was a replica. I almost let out a blood-curdling scream, but I didn't.
I'm glad you did.
It's a fooler, for sure.
Cooler
Okay,
heads prevailed.
Here we go next with 3 Range Rovers. Bill, you want to take us through these? All selling as one lot, I'm told, right?
All used in the movie Fast and Furious presents Hobbs and Shaw. They're all sold together, all 3 4.4-liter V8s. At least one of them has a supercharger on it. They're all-wheel drive, automatic transmission, but yeah, they're movie stars.
You know, the good news is that these cars have such a great prominence because normally these 3 vehicles rolling through here, I'm going to make a joke about the brand, got about a 50-50 shot of running. You're welcome. Because these things, bless their hearts, they always look so cool and so tough. But, you know, this is definitely like a maintenance forward vehicle. I found out in getting prepared for this that our dear friend Wilfredo, who you always see some of his camera work, he's never seen a single Fast and Furious movie. So I told him that we were on a break as friends, and he has since downloaded it. He promises he'll watch it this week. So the Hobbs and Shaw kind of spin-off. My friend Tanner Faust did a lot of stunt driving for these movies, and I think there's a shot he may have gotten to spend a little time in one of these. But what a cool thing to be able to own a piece of movie history like this, especially all 3 of these together. I've got a lot of friends that end up buying something like this to promote restaurants, or maybe they put them outside of a club, and there's a lot of different things you could do with these. But what a cool moment in time, especially people that are into cars and love seeing what Fast and Furious as a franchise has done. It's unbelievable incredible when you think about the worldwide phenomenon that is the Fast and Furious.
Those movies have to be so expensive to produce, with the special effects and the number of vehicles they use and the stunt driving involved. Those are big budget items.
Well, worth it because it is the most profitable movie franchise in history.
That's why they keep making them.
Yep, exactly.
I mean, it's almost a juggernaut in the industry if you think about it. It really, it set the bar.
I think that's an apt description.
But I don't understand how Jason Statham is overlooked at Oscar time. I can't figure that out.
I think, Bill, really what you're hinting at is how is it that Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift existed both in the future, the present, and the past in the series? They really jumped around a lot with Sung Kang's character Han. You know, of course, he's got a new movie out called Drifter. There's a lot of fun stuff coming up, you know?
Yeah.
Keeping the car world going.
That Range Rover Trio reached a max bid of $15,000, so short of what the consignor who brought them here wanted. And a 1985 Chevy K5 Blazer is coming up.
Wow, it's the first one we've had, I believe, Scott.
I think you're right.
Yeah, we will always see at least one of these in every Mecum auction. This is a very hot market right now, the modified K5s. This one with a 5-liter in it with an automatic transmission, Silverado trim. And of course, it's got that cutback roof there with a soft top over the bed. We see those trimmed out any number of ways in the back. Sometimes a removable hardtop. Front half of that interior pretty much according to showroom. Not much to talk about there. You see the back seat. That was driven at Cruisin' the Coast in both 2024 last year and this year, so it's had some miles put on it, almost 100,000 on the odometer. Been lifted up, Rancho shocks, all-terrain tires, and a very simple white paint job. No graphics, no pinstripes, no extra gingerbread.
$26,000. And Jimmy's going to close it right there at 26.
Yeah, we've seen some with big-time modifications and changes. And obviously, they sell for more than what this one was bidding at.
All right, so with that, we are going to take a quick time out here as we are past the halfway point in today's coverage. More coming up live from Fort Worth on ESPN+. Welcome back to Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Rutledge Wood. That's a peek at the 303 staging lane, kind of in a different location. As we are in a brand new venue for us, this building was finished in 2019, as I mentioned a little bit earlier. Here is a 2001 911 Carrera 4 Cabriolet. And this is going to be pretty affordable within the Porsche perspective, if you will, Bill.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would disagree with the fact that this puts this into the entry-level Porsche category for anybody that's wanted to own one and didn't have an unlimited budget to work with. That little 3.4-liter flat six is in there with an automatic transmission and all-wheel drive, power top, leather interior. And other extras include, but not limited to, heated front seats, automatic climate control, and an upgraded Kenwood stereo system.
Bill Disclaimer Stevens.
That's a good name.
Right behind you, Jordy, at 26.
Hey, the reserve is off, and
Yes.
there's still some life, perhaps. 25,000.
So,
That's pretty good.
It is, and the odometer only showing just a tweak over 33,000 miles. So that hasn't been a road warrior all its life, and you know that's good for the new owner.
Correct. All right, next up is 57 Chevy Nomad. Kind of channeling some period modifications from back in the day, Bill. What do you think?
We don't normally see wire type wheels on a 57 Chevy Nomad that's kind of been given a little makeover. It's got the 283 in it, which was available in 57, the first year for that, with a power glide, power steering and brakes. Yeah, the color obviously gives it some eyeball, but so does the wheel treatment. Your eyes kind of fall to those wire type wheels.
And that nose high stance as well.
Yeah, it's got kind of a California rake happening. But look at the bodywork and the paint, trim, chrome, stainless, beautiful, all pristine.
Now 39 or 40. I would give 40 if I was you. If I was you, I would give $40,000.
Funny not to see a crate 350 in there too. Just
sure.
Period correct 283.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You know, back in the day, somebody's got a 57 Nomad. They say, hey, you know, let's dress it up a little bit. And on a limited budget, that's what they might do.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, back in 1957, you get a car painted for about $500. And now it's 10, 15, 20 times that.
Thank you. Right. Okay, the high bid, actually the hammer price, $39,000 for it. Oh, a 1966, beautiful Dodge Charger. Is right behind that Nomad. Let's take a peek inside that engine room here, Bill.
Oh, yeah.
See what's going on.
Beautiful is right, Scott. 66, first year for this new style of the Dodge Charger. That is a 440 wedge engine that's been stroked to 451 cubic inches. Rotisserie restoration, and it shows. 5-speed manual transmission with a pistol grip shifter. Look at that, huh? We didn't see that style shifter come along for a few years. Dana 60 rear end with shore grip. Willwood 4-wheel power disc brakes with drilled and slotted rotors. And there you go again with those Krager SS Mags. These are 17 inches. Aluminum radiator. Long list of upgrades, improvements. Billet accessory drive. Edelbrock carburetor, by the way, on that 451 cubic inch wedge. Wow. Headers, Dynamax mufflers, and it sells.
Yep. Very nice.
Very nice.
So clean.
55.
That's a show winner, that car.
Well, let's investigate the 1971 Chevelle that has just pulled up to the middle of the block here. We're talking LS2 power on this dude.
Yeah, the 6-liter 400 horse LS2, 4-speed manual. Put leather power seats in this Chevelle too, make it comfy. Underneath, Hotchkiss suspension and tubular A-arms and Willwood 4-wheel disc brakes. So there's been as much attention paid to the bottom of this car as there has been the top. You see the accessory gauges in the dash there, and the shifter.
Also, it's got a little roll cage in there. Pretty subtle. Looks like a 4-pointer hidden in there. So I think they were hoping you can get that to the track, put some good times down.
Yes, indeed. Aftermarket wheels, low-profile radials, bright yellow.
Yep, behind Jordy, 39. Drinking coffee in the back row, 39, 40. He's 39, 40. 1, 41, 41. What do you mean, no? 41. Even she looked at you in shock.
Not a real SS, by the way. It's got the badges, but that's the only part of it that's SS.
41. Oh, things changed all of a sudden. Jeez. Maybe she wasn't looking in shock.
No, I've seen that look before, and it's not shock, Jim.
I've got 40. Now 41. Drink up big, sir. Give 41. She'll forgive you. She will.
No.
Yeah,
She says no, I
She
won't.
says she won't, but she will. She will, and she'll learn to like it.
Jimmy,
Give 41.
He always parlays his bet.
41. I've got 40.
Wait, you were 39.
It's your last chance. You who? It's your last chance. I'm not talking to you, sir. I'm talking to her.
You want to give 40 and a half?
41,000 last chance.
Never mind. We got 41 on
41.
the internet.
42. It's your last chance,
internet,
man.
as Jordan pointed out, jumps
42.
in at 41.
Want to be 2?
Reserve is off. It's your last chance, and it's your last chance. Yeah, there's not going to be an after-show for this one. You're not going to be able to go over there to the bid goes on and make an offer and see if you can get it bought. You're not going to be able to do that because it's going to sell right now. 42. 42. 41 bid. You better get 42. So 41.
Okay, after that, 41,000 buys that Mecum yellow 71 Chevelle. Ford Ranger XLT next. This one's from 1996, and it is one of about, I'd say 50 or so cars and trucks that we've had here today that are selling at no reserve.
My people tell me that the entire auction down here in Dallas-Fort Worth features 263 pickup trucks for all of the auction.
That is way over 10% of the total lineup, and that's normally, we talk about Corvettes sometimes being 10%. You got more pickup trucks than that even.
Big number. This is the top trim package, XLT, 4-liter V6 with an automatic, and it looks pretty original to me. Factory air, power windows and locks. It's had a bed liner added, and not too many miles on it. Just short of 50,000 according to the Odo.
And $8,000 buys it at no reserve.
Well, somebody did not go broke picking up that pickup.
No. Okay, here's another El Camino for you, Bill, from 1970. That's not an LS6 engine, but that's okay. It's good, solid power to nonetheless.
I know what you're leading up to. And believe it or not, how many hours have we been on the air? And this is our first 383 stroker that we've seen.
Yes.
Usually they crop up sooner. But yeah, this is a 383 stroker. That's a 350 with a 400 crank. Upgraded cam from Comp Cams. Yeah, other upgrades to that engine. It's got the aftermarket cylinder heads, high volume oil pump, all matched up to a 3-speed automatic. Clear coat, base coat paint.
Oh, look at that.
Yes, sir.
You know, I saw this, first time I saw it, I thought it was black, but it is Scott Hoke blue. Man, that is so cool.
Yeah, huh? I like how that color dances when it goes under the lights.
Oh, man. It needs some touch-ups, no doubt about that, and we're seeing that reflected in the bidding. But, boy, that's a great place to start.
It really is. And kudos to them. They found the perfect tire width and offset on those rear wheels that I don't think, if you put a grocery bag in there, it may rub. But it looks so good like that. When you just fill it up as much tire as you can.
Yep.
But you're right. What a great place to start. Body lines are good.
Sure.
That's a fun ride.
Yeah, that tire clearance kind of makes me a little nervous, but it must work. And the clever wheel treatment there. Looks like they left the preservative on the raised white letters and just did a plain black wheel with a yellow stripe around the rim.
And it brings $15,000. That's it. All right, Chris Jacobs, what's up?
Well, earlier, Bill and I were going back and forth about the 442 replica. This is a real deal factory 442. Under the hood is the numbers matching 400, topped off by a 4-barrel carburetor. Boom, that's the 1.4. And then if we move into the interior of the car, we see the second 4, which is the 4-speed transmission, and then everything dumps out through that dual exhaust. So this one qualifies as 442 in the traditional sense of the word. Looking so good, yellow over white. It's got a lot of style, panache, if you will, with that black stripe going down the side. These super stock 2 wheels looking so good. Really clean, both exterior of the car and underneath the hood. Get one more look at that. Air conditioning as well. Really, really good looking 442 coming across the block in just a little bit, Scott.
Very good, CJ. We appreciate the heads up there. And all eyes will be on it momentarily. In the meantime, in 2002 F350 XLT, FX4. Lots of numbers and letters here, Bill Stevens.
Yes. XLT, that is your top trim level.
Indeed.
And that means you get a lot of standard equipment that would otherwise be optional. And this one, again, another was one of those trucks that has not undergone much in the way of modifications. You see the interior pretty much as delivered.
That FX4, by the way, the off-road package that goes with that top trim level.
Yep.
Or that can go with it. There you go.
And we're pretty much in that price range right now where we may get a gavel. See what happens.
$23,000 is the bid.
And it's got that 7.3 power stroke, Bill. You know, people really love that thing.
Tons of torque.
And high bid of $23,000. 1972 K10. That's what's next. Current bid $25,000. 350 under the hood. Factory short bed and automatic transmission. Another four-wheel drive, as you can tell by the nomenclature, K10. It's been lifted a little bit. Those are Coy's wheels on the corners, by the way.
Again, you know what? If you really want an attractive truck that you can drive and you can enjoy and get some looks and maybe do a cruise night, you know, just do a nice job on finishing the paint, the body work, and find the right wheels for it, you're home.
And Bill, the frame rails on that truck looked good enough to eat off of. They really spent a lot of time getting this one right.
Yes, sir.
43 is bid.
Strong money.
46,000. You're going to get 6 bid. You're going to get 46. 7. See, I just got rid of all that in the middle. You thought I was trying to pull some, but I was just getting rid of all that in the middle. 47. It's your turn. 46. 47. 46 bid. You're going to get 7. You're going to get 7. You're going to get 6 and now 7. I am 46 and now 7 bid. At 48. At 47 bid. You're going to get paid. You're going to get paid. 8. 47's a bid. 8. 9. 49. 48, 49, or 50 be a good idea. Then you wouldn't have to be 51. Do you want to give 50? You want to rethink? No, 49, 50, 49, baby, you're going to get 50 bid. Oh,
yeah, it's just short of 50 now.
49, baby, you're going to get 50,000.
Last call.
That's some serious coin for that truck, huh?
And I'll be honest, I think that's the right number for that one. I mean, looking underneath it, those frame rails are perfect. Everything's so clean, so well done. And again, it's about doing subtle things, right? It has the lift, but those wheels and tires together, it doesn't look gaudy. It doesn't look too small. That's a perfect setup.
The right combination of everything, right, Rod?
We'll check this car out. 71 Pontiac Grand Prix next. Matching numbers 400 V8 and then some. A lot of originality.
Yes, and this generation of the Grand Prix, beautifully styled, has a lot of European kind of flavor to that long hood, short deck design that GM was popularizing then. 400 cube V8 in it with an automatic, and a lot of power accessories, steering brakes, factory air. And those are U.S. mags, and you know, these cars just had high style, both inside and outside. You had the cockpit-style dashboard, and so many little touches that made them, really fun to drive.
And you're right, those styling cues are really cool. I also like from that angle, you can see kind of almost like the boat tail rib. There's that little touch of bringing the center and the rear out to a point a little bit.
Yes.
What a sharp car.
Always has been.
Very cool. 20 grand, just bought it. here at Mecum, Dallas, Fort Worth. Okay, our next example is a 1959 Thunderbird, right smack in the middle of that 3 model year run of the Square Birds, and you can clearly see what they've done. Second generation, second of 11 generations of T-Birds.
And those generations never really lasted that long. Ford was always upgrading that Thunderbird and bringing out new style, new features, new powertrains. This one with a 390 V8 in it, automatic transmission as they all did, power steering, AC, and just that Square Bird style people love. You see the double round taillights in the back. And that was a styling cue that traveled all the way through that second generation of the T-Bird. Flamingo is that color. Looks white maybe on your TV screens, but that's kind of like a pastel pink, a light pastel.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful color in person.
Yeah.
And 23,000 buys the Square Bird. And with that, we'll take a quick break here. More straight ahead from Fort Worth on ESPN+.
Danielle and Chris and I traveled out to Iowa to the Moyer collection not long ago. Fabulous collection. The late Carl Moyer became famous through drag racing, believe it or not, and that collection of cars is certainly one of the best in the country. And you can see the show that we produced on Mecum TV on the Roku channel, so do that if you'd like. As we get back to the auction block. And we are going Mopar, 1970 dark swinger, and this one appears to be in pretty original condition. Nothing in the way of major modifications. 360 cubic inch V8 underneath there. And that's that Magnum motor, put out about 240, maybe 245 horsepower with a torque flight automatic. Vinyl top, rally wheels. And we're in the low 20s right now on this car.
23 pounds of dollar, sir. Car's worth to go. 23 pounds, 23 pounds. 23 pounds of dollar bid. Now 4. 24 pounds of dollar. 3, 4.
Optional rally wheels and raised white letter tires from the aftermarket.
24 pounds high. So $23,000. Blake, $23,000.
And we have a sale. $23,000 for that little mini Mopar.
And we will move to a 1967 Camaro that has been dressed as a Z28.
Yes, it has. But it does not have the 302 cubic inch small block. It's got the, take a wild guess, yes, the 350. Yes. But this is a 350 that hasn't really received many modifications because it is currently rated at 295 horsepower, which was the factory rating for that 350, which debuted in the Camaro in '67. The transmission has been upgraded. It's a 5-speed manual there. Bucket seats in the console and houndstooth finish on the bucket seats.
Just sold for $42,000, and you see the Z28 badging. And if you're paying attention, you know that the Z28 in 1967 had no external badging on it at all. It was a quiet one, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that gray, that looks like Steel City's gray on there, which of course couldn't get in '67 on the Camaro.
All right, 1975 Silverado C20 is next.
Yep, this is bigger than those half-ton ones that we've been seeing a lot of today, the 3/4-ton truck with a 350 and an automatic transmission. There you go. Clean, well maintained. Power here, power there. Steering and brakes. Dual fuel tanks to extend that range. Two-tone paint, and we've bolted up some alloy wheels to finish the picture.
Everybody else, 15 pounds, 16 pounds. Last call. 15 to bigger to this 16,000. Huh. Close bid at 15,000. The bid goes on
Yeah,
at 15.
under the money.
Up next, lot
20-something would probably buy that truck.
Okay, a little bit of work to do yet. And while we await the arrival of the next car, let's check in with Danielle Trotta.
Scott, I have a beauty for you here, and it reminds me of our dear friend John Craman, who was really a lover of unrestored cars, highly original, unrestored conditions. That's what we have here in this 1971 Jaguar E-Series. And you see this beautiful sable color brown factory wire wheels, 5.3-liter V12 4-speed manual. It's been held by a third-party owner since 1997. The owner says it's been garage kept, only 42,762 miles on the odometer. And our photographer Jay is doing a great job showing off all of its originality, all of the detail on this 1971 E-Type. Bill, is there a huge market? We've had a lot of people. I've been here in staging for about 10-15 minutes with this Jaguar. A lot of people stopping by, snapping pictures, making phone calls. Is there a large market for unrestored Jaguars specifically?
Absolutely. If it is restored, that car will, unrestored, it will tell you its life story. You can see exactly how well it's been maintained, how much it's been driven, whether there have been any changes made to it. And I think that one has a manual transmission in it, if I'm not mistaken, and that certainly adds to the collectability.
Yep, 4-speed manual, you're right.
So, yeah, that's going to get some attention for sure.
It will indeed. Thank you, Danielle. Good look at the badging.
Yeah, V12
on the
car
rear.
too.
Absolutely. 100%. 1966 Thunderbird now. We had a 58 a little while ago.
By the way, this one kind of slipped through the cracks. That 59 Thunderbird that we saw earlier had a 390. That was not available in 59. I don't know why I didn't bring that up. But this 66, yes, the 390 was available. Automatic transmission, power brakes and steering, AC, all the touches from a T-Bird you'd expect. And it sells practically before I can finish what I'm saying.
Exactly. $8,500 for one of the Flare Bird generations of the Thunderbird, 1966. And now a no reserve 64 Corvette. Interested to see where this one falls.
Well, the consignor describes this as a period correct build. Well, it does have a 327, 300 horse, which would have been correct in 1964, but Edelbrock intake and carburetor and valve covers, electronic ignition from Petronix, flamethrower coil, Muncie 4-speed, that's good. Tuxedo black, yep. Black top, black interior. And that's all according to Hoyle. 3-spoke wheel, yep, check. So yeah, it's had some changes made to it. You can't miss those torque thrust 2 wheels.
Bill, how about those side pipes? I mean, a lot of people, especially with the convertible, that is a cacophony of sound. Every time you go through a overpass, you know, you just, any place that sound can bounce off of. It's unbelievable.
The most stunning exhaust note to me is a big block mid-year Corvette with side exhaust. You just will never forget that. Now, those side exhausts did not debut until 1965, so that's what the consignor meant by a period correct build. Taking some things from a different year within that Corvette generation and adapting it.
I think a picture on a T-shirt of you standing by that mid-year Corvette with a big block and side pipes with the phrase, "Allow me to sing the song of my people." I'd buy that shirt.
Are you listening to this?
Yeah, I was following it a little bit. I think we're going to work on that T-shirt tonight, and we'll have it tomorrow. How about that? Back in a moment to Fort Worth. Stay with us. We are back at Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas, and we are very, very pleased to welcome a brand new sponsor to Mecum Auctions and to our telecasts. That would be Hero Covers. You see their website there, herocovers.com. They specialize in fully custom indoor and outdoor covers for your car, your truck, your motorcycle, your boat, whatever even an airplane if you have one. Whatever the case may be. And you could go to their website and find out more. They make some fantastic stuff that is a cover for your vehicle and then some. So check out HeroCovers.com, and as I mentioned, very happy to have them on board with us.
You know that's a website I will be visiting this afternoon.
I know.
I'm going to keep them busy.
I know it. That's perfect. Okay, we pick up the action live on this 69 Olds 442 now with a bidding approaching $50,000.
Yeah, boy, strong money for this 442. 1969. This has got the Ram Air, 4-speed, and AC. Oh, that's a great combination on these cars. Got the rear spoiler on there. You see the trunk wing. Super stock 2 wheels. BF Goodrich radial TAs. And that bright yellow paint with a white interior. Boy, that grabs your attention, doesn't it, huh?
Sure does.
Yeah, that 442 nomenclature, that changed, you know, from the original meaning, as Chris explained. The first time these were built in 1964, it was for 4-speed, 4-barrel, dual exhaust, and then of course the automatic became available, and then the displacement went to 400 cubic inches. And General Motors is scrambling around. How can we keep the 442 and make it accurate? And they came up with 400 cubes, 4-barrel, dual exhaust. And this is where they were in 1969.
You know, they probably would have like 58.
Raise your bid to 54.
You don't want it?
54's on. $54,000.
You want 54?
$54,000.
Get 50. I got 52.
Raise his bid to $52,000, sir.
You want me to tell them to leave?
Raise his bid to 52. What's that?
That's 48.
Here we go. $52,000. Gonna sell it.
We might sell it.
I would too. $52,000. Here we go. Lights gone.
46? I can't do it, man. I can't.
Reserve is off. $53,000. Anybody else? 52. 53,000. So 52,000.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, well, they finally get that worked out at $52,000. And with the sale of that 442, we will call upon Chris Jacobs to bring us up to date on a car back in the 303 staging lane.
Yes, sir, Scott. Well, you know, back in 2008 when Dodge brought back the Challenger nameplate, a lot of people were like, well, maybe they'll bring back the CUDA nameplate also. That hasn't happened, but whoever customized this 2012 Challenger took it upon themselves to dress it up like a 71 CUDA. You can see from the grill, very distinctive there, also found on the 71, and these very telltale gills on the fender, both driver and passenger side, and you go along that strobe stripe, which obviously was made famous by the AAR CUDA, and you go around to the back section and you see those CUDA tail panels that have been replicated as well. And my favorite touch, and this is attention to detail, look what they did here. They put the Barracuda nameplate right there in the dash, a callback to that 71. So if you want to own a modern CUDA, this could be the lot for you. It's coming across the block very, very soon. Scott?
All right. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. On the block right now is a really interesting little Mustang that just sold for $15,000. This is from 1968, Bill, with an inline 6 in it in 68.
Yeah, and I would leave that car just the way it is. That is such a throwback to that 1968 Mustang that brought in the Cobra Jet 428, and you had all those big blocks, and it's a car that was built for performance, and here's a little 6-cylinder with an automatic, and I think it's cool.
Very. And I agree with you, man. Just leave it alone.
Yeah.
So good. Okay, moving on to a 71 Camaro.
Oh, we got some big muscle here. Skip White Performance responsible for the engine. It's a 572 cubic inch big block. Now you get a 572 crate motor, or you could just make your own. And the folks at Skip White Performance decided to cook up this engine, a 1400 CFM little monster carburetor. You know how much fuel flow there is with 1400 CFM? I mean, I don't think a set of dual quads would flow that much gasoline into an engine. Plus, it's got nitrous too. So we got a lot of danger brewing with this Camaro. Let me tell you, MSD ignition, air induction hood, race prepared turbo 400 3-speed automatic from FTI. Oh, gee. Oh, that is scary.
10, 12, 15, 12, 15, 17, 17 pounds.
15,000 is the bid. Jimmy, or Russ Compton rather, asking for 17.
20, 18, 20 pound out of bed. 18 pound, 1, 23 pound out of bed. 22 pound out of down, 23 pound out of good.
And they've moved on to the, I didn't even, okay, they've moved on to an 85 C10 pickup truck.
Yeah, I think the bid goes on the Camaro, if I'm not mistaken.
Boys, we got a very Texas truck in front of you. Turbo, LS, square body, lowered. This thing's clean and mean, that is for sure, Bill.
This truck can get up. You're right. Wow. 5.3 with a turbo, 4L65E automatic, all tweaked up by Monster transmissions, 410 gears with posi. Oh, man, you wouldn't be able to keep rear tires on that truck, man. Just smoke them to death. Wow.
All right, the high bid on the pickup, $23,000. We are approaching 2 hours to go with you from Fort Worth today. We need to break away for a moment. We will continue shortly.
Beyond all these beautiful pre-war cars that Pete Toto has in his collection here, he also has a couple of hot rod drag racing cars.
1932 Ford Deuce Highboy, all steel body. But the key of it was who it was built by. It was built by Pete Chikoris. In this particular 1932, he built it with his own hands.
There is a man who, in any book that writes about the original classic hot rod, you'll find it. It takes me back to all of the great magazines back in the 50s and 60s where you see cars like this or this car itself, the original version, on the cover. Great piece of nostalgia.
Pete Chikoris owning it and building it, it's just an honor to own that car.
I spent the day there, and I still can't get over this gentleman that you're looking at right here who did all of the restorations pretty much himself in that building that used to be an automobile dealer that he walked by when he was a young man growing up in Hobart, Indiana. Just a fabulous story. I hope we get a chance to learn more about him later on.
Amazing group of cars, no doubt about that. And we'll see those before you know it. We'll see this 1971 Jaguar E-Type Series 3. Now it's a little 2+2 coupe, V12 power, 4-speed, unrestored car, a beauty.
It wasn't long after this that the E-Type was put out to pasture. So this was the kind of the concluding generation of a car that began back in 1961. And again, the styling has never, ever grown old. This is the Type E-Type Series 3 2+2. Of course, you could get the convertible as well. The V12 engine, the 5.3-liter V12 engine, and the 4-speed manual transmission, which if you're going to look for a Series 3, you can't go wrong with that combination. Factory wire wheels, and that sable-colored exterior. Very conservative looking, but nothing conservative about the reputation of the E-Type.
From beginning to end, you know, I mean, any generation, any of the series, 1, 2, or 3, any year, they just command so much attention.
And this one is not burdened with those big rubber 5-mile-per-hour bumpers.
Yes.
That some of them are burdened with.
Great
which we
point.
like to see, yes.
A couple years later in this series, the Series 3 run is when you started seeing those.
Yeah, I call them black chiclets on each end of the car.
23,000. The reserve is off.
It's such a pretty car. I mean, it really is just a work of art sitting there.
Yes, very subtle changes from the first one to the last one, but they always maintained, you know, that profile that, again, just, you know, can't be improved upon.
Okay, a 1986 GMC Jimmy will follow up the Jaguar.
West Texas vehicle, home cooking.
There you go.
Yeah. 350, 3-speed automatic, got a 4-barrel, dual range transfer case. You go low, you go high. Original red and tan paint. That is the original factory applied paint job on this truck. Has AC, AM/FM cassette, cruise control, power windows. Just about all the option blocks were checked off when the original owner ordered this truck.
It's really wild watching these grow in price over the years. You know, last handful seem to just continue to grow consistently. But it's interesting. I feel like these are a very Texas vehicle, but we haven't seen them get the numbers that the consignor wants thus far today.
Yeah, yeah, but you're right. You know, for years, these trucks just sat unloved, you know, behind barns and in backyards or whatever, and that's changing.
71 Olds Cutlass now. Look at this. What a beauty. And not a lot of money so far. 17,000 bucks. A 442 badged Cutlass.
Right. And there you see the 350. Underneath there, the V8 automatic transmission. Copper colored with a white accents. White interior, too. That's tasty. Bucket seats, console, automatic shifter, factory AM 8-track, no FM.
I was going to say, you almost said FM, didn't you?
So used to it.
Yes, we all are.
Got the rally gauges, the tick-tock tack, combination clock and tachometer, dual exhaust. Pretty convincing 442 copy.
Indeed. 23,000 will not convince, however, the consignor to cut it loose. So it'll make a trip past the bid goes on desk. And we investigate a 1968 Chevelle Super Sport, no reserve. This is a real Super Sport, not a replica here.
Yep, the VIN begins with 138. That tells you. However, that is not a factory installed engine. That's a 427. And that engine not available from the Chevelle from the factory back in 1968. Got 396.
Well, that's a good upgrade, though.
I can't complain. It's got a 4-speed. Original color's been reshot, the sea frost green. Bench seat up front. Factory tack. And vintage air has upgraded the original factory air. Adjustable suspension underneath with 4-wheel power disc brakes with drilled and slotted rotors.
I was going to say, it's definitely got a little bit of a lower tone. I'm glad to know it's adjustable because you can see a little bit of camber in those front wheels. But boy, that color just really pops. You know, on camera it looks straight silver. You get a little closer to it. Got a little hint of green in there.
Yeah.
Boy, those wheels really set it off.
Yeah, good point. Love those 5-spoke wheels. It is sea frost green. As you say, it's kind of silvery, grayish, greenish. Kind of little combo there. Torque thrust wheels. Are none better on a vintage muscle car.
Sold 39. Sold.
Okay. Matt gavels that one at $39,000 at no reserve. Well, you know, it's that time of day. We're going to check in with Chris Jacobs, who's standing by to bring us our stable performance tip for today. Chris?
Yes, sir. Scott, well, as collector car enthusiasts, we all demand maximum performance out of our cars all year round. And to help you do that, Sta-Bil presents their in-season protection. You just put a shot of this in your gas tank every time that you fill up, and it will give you that performance you're looking for all year round. And one truck that I'd be looking to get maximum performance out of is this very cool, unusual vehicle, 1989 Dodge Shelby Dakota pickup. Yes, 1 year only, the only pickup that Carroll Shelby ever produced, and you're looking at the 5.2-liter V8 in there. Now, these trucks originally came with a 3.96-liter, but they pulled that out, stuffed this V8 in there, and to facilitate that, you had to remove the belt-driven fan, replaced that with 2 electric fans, but that upped the horsepower by 5. So performance increase there. Only 1,500 of these trucks were produced. This is number 220 of that run. This one done in exotic red over burgundy and gray. And it did have a little bit of get up and go too. When the truck first was produced, it could do 0 to 60 in less than 9 seconds and the quarter mile in less than 16 seconds. Again, 1 year only. Very, very rare model. I've never seen one in person before, so it's cool to have it here at Mecum in Fort Worth. And hey, you can tell people that you bought a Shelby at Mecum Auctions. Scott?
All right, thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. That is our stable performance tip for this Thursday.
I really appreciate that because I had one of those.
Did you?
I did.
I knew you did.
I love that truck, man. 318 under the hood, and they promoted it as the first V8 muscle machine from Shelby in like 30 year or whatever it was.
Right.
It was cool to have one of
Very
those.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's a 97 Z28 30th anniversary, and the bidding at $14,000.
We're going to see this one sell for almost irrationally short money. We see these come through. This is the 97 30th anniversary Camaro with a 5.7 and an automatic with bucket seats and a floor shift. T-tops from the factory. With some other options as well, but I'm curious to see what this is going to sell for. Looks like an expensive Camaro, but we have not seen these things really break anybody's budget.
He's got 14. He's asking, but
kind of has a pace car flavor to it.
Sure.
You take the reserve off, he could come back.
Call out to 1969 when
Mario.
Well, Mario won, yes, but that orange and the white pace car with the orange stripes. Yeah.
Yep, down 15. Working on it yet. 15. How to bid? $15,000. 15. How to get a bid at 14. 5. 15 bid. 15. 15. Yep. 5. 5 bid. 5. Hey, down 5 bid. 15. How to get a bid about you? So 15.
15 grand is the bid.
Get a bid about 5. So 15. So 15,000. Mitch with the bid. Now,
and that'll do it.
If you know the answer to this, I will worship you.
Okay.
Who came in second in 1969?
Oh man, that's a great question.
Nobody ever remembers.
Nobody ever
the runner-up
who
was.
Finished second.
Yeah. I'll still worship
I'm going to go out on a limb and say A.J. Foyt.
Well, I can't dispute that because I don't know.
He didn't know. I love it.
Oh man, that's brutal.
I know, that was awful.
That's terrible.
I won't do that again.
Okay, I'm not even going to let you talk about this car. 1967.
Guys,
Camaro,
can I interject? I just Googled
customized.
it. Dan Gurney.
Dan Gurney. Nicely done, Chris.
You can thank Google.
The 67 customized Camaro. A lot of really cool upgrades on this one, Bill.
Oh, man, absolutely.
Well, this one's wild. Look how wide those rear wheels and tires are, Bill.
The money went into that build, folks. Big block V8 with a 5-speed manual. They narrowed the rear end to get that 5-link, that custom suspension underneath there. Not a 4-link, a 5-link.
And look at that inside, Bill. You get a great shot right there. The back seat has been deleted. They've got a roll cage, a little roll bar set up there. Stereos integrated in there. This one's wild.
Yeah. Upgraded gauges. I mean, power rack and steering. That paint job. That is the deepest, shiniest black paint job available without prescription.
And almost ghosted in stripes there, too. You can see them right here from our angle. Wow.
Yeah, rally stripes there, just lurking underneath the black. Sweet.
25 grand, just bought it.
Oh, my.
That's a lot of car right there.
That's spooky, too, for the right time of year. You know, that's
oh, yeah.
Use that for Halloween.
When is Halloween, by the way?
31st. That would be Sunday.
No, it's
what?
Tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
What's the date today?
The 30th.
I celebrated on Sunday.
Okay. No idea. 2008 Corvette on the block right now.
Yeah, ZR1 body kit and hood, carbon fiber front splitter. A lot of modifications on the exterior, rear spoiler. All kinds of exterior upgrades.
That's just stopped me in my tracks for a second.
I like that satin gray, too.
I wonder, is that a wrap? Do we know?
Does not say, but it could be.
Chris, you're on the case.
Yeah, see if
I shall investigate.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is. Okay. I like it.
Me too.
I think it works. You don't see it often.
No, not that a C6 needs, a whole lot of exterior upgrades, but this one, everything has been done properly.
Boy, I think. That is really sharp.
Forged wheels, Corvette Racing Center caps, yeah.
We have the Paint Hall of Fame. We might have to start the Wrap Hall of Fame.
That would be a consensus.
That is not an invitation to start wrapping, Rutledge, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I was going to say, this is a car that I think if this pulls up next to you to light and you were thinking you're tough, this might be a little scary. I mean, it's very Texas, right? Like you can see the wheels and tires are set up. It's got that ZR1 hood. You can look through there. I wish it had the ZR1 blower to match, but I'm old school like that.
Oh, 638 horsepower with that engine.
Oh yeah, but this is a great price right now for a car that's obviously got a lot of style to it.
I don't know what it has for power. They put a cam in it, Z06 heads, so it's certainly more than factory.
25 grand.
25 pounds in the bid. 25. 25 pound, 25.
But I love the touch of being able to see the engine too. That's really, really cool.
Oh,
custom
man.
And the headlights have been blacked out, just adding to that sinister look.
The pain's almost over, dude. Reserves off. We're in at 25.
$26,000. There's no net. 26,000. Sold 25. Sold 25,000.
And 25.
I'll ticket over to you here in a second.
Now offering T204.1.
Will be the hammer price of record on that 08 Corvette. 1972 Chevelle Super Sport will follow the Corvette.
A lot of work here.
Yes,
Scott.
Go into it.
Yeah. First of all, it's a numbers matching 350, but it's been re-sleeved and they've built a 383 stroker out of it. 700 R4 automatic transmission. Once again, the second time today we've seen a transmission that's had the makeover by Monster Transmissions, 12-bolt rear end, tubular suspension. Inside, that's leather you see inside there. And a carbon fiber dash, if you didn't see that. And a nitro system. So
yeah,
you put
I knew you'd get to that.
Oh, yeah. You put a 383 stroker with some of that laughing gas, and you're talking serious horsepower. Yow. You sure Halloween's tomorrow?
Yes.
Yep, I understand. No problem.
And it's also not only is Halloween tomorrow, it's the end of Big Blocktober.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
That hits me even harder.
Close to 26,000. Close at $26,000. Kirk says we
Okay, the high bid at $26,000 on the Chevelle Super Sport. We will take a moment, hit the pause button briefly.
Don't forget to set your clocks back Saturday night.
Oh, that too.
Yeah.
Welcome back. We're at Dickies Arena, opened in 2019. Max seating, about 14,000 if you're at a rock and roll concert. 9,000 and some change for the rodeo. By the way, the PBR World Finals were here in 2022 and 23, and they're going to be back next year. So they are getting a lot of good use out of this building. 1966 Impala convertible will lead off a new block of automobiles.
Ooh, this is a good-looking lady right here. To a lot of people, the 66 Impala may be the high watermark on styling. Small block V8 in it with Phytec fuel injection. Changed the cylinder heads as well with an automatic transmission and a 12-bolt rear end. They did a little bit of upgrading underneath with Ride-Tech suspension, tubular upper and lower control arms, four-wheel power disc brakes with drilled and slotted rotors, and an aluminum radiator keeping it cool.
The only thing that doesn't really speak to me are these wheels. A bit of an anachronism to have those new style wheels with the 66 Impala. I think this car would be better served because it's relatively stock appearing otherwise to have some more stock appearing wheels.
Or maybe a vintage kind of wheel.
Yeah.
I got you.
Easy swap, though.
Yeah.
That's the good news. Here's a 1978 Bronco Ranger XLT.
Yeah, this is just about the time that the Bronco grew up. Remember, 66, those Broncos debuted. They were downsized, and then Ford decided, you know what, we need a bigger SUV, and here they came. 400 V8, tan and Wimbledon white, classic, legendary Ford color, aluminum intake, and the interior restored, factory correct material on all the seats, new wheels and tires, as you can see.
Boy, that's an optical illusion for me, because that Wimbledon white doesn't really look Wimbledon white when it's right up against that tan. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It may look that on the screen, but here in the building, it doesn't quite.
Right. Wimbledon white, we know, isn't a white color.
Right.
It's got a little creaminess to it. This one seems to be even more so, huh?
Yes. To my eye, anyway.
Yeah, I get you.
25 grand is going to be the high bid. And a Challenger RT from 2012 that I believe, Chris, you previewed a little while ago. A throwback, kind of a nod to the 1971s.
Yeah, really the pinnacle of the CUDA was 71. I mean, that's probably the most popular and valuable of the the real deal, especially with the Hemis in there. And they did a nice job. This is an older Challenger, meaning it's kind of the tail end of that reissue of the Challenger. This is a 2012, but it looks solid. Sometimes these kind of reimaginings can be a little cheap, for lack of a better word. But this one is very solid. It went all through it. Slammed the doors and everything, and it's well done. The gills on the fenders are well done.
Yeah, build quality right up there. You're right. Mr. Norm's custom CUDA concept is the way they describe this. Of course, we all know who Mr. Norm is if you love Mopars, and you've been following how Mr. Norm was such an important part of Mopar performance back in the day. Of course, building those street cars and having so many great drag racing cars as well with his name on them. It's got a Hemi in it, the 5.7 with a torque flight automatic.
It's interesting to note that back in the early 70s, the CUDA and the Challenger did not share a single inch of sheet metal. They may look very similar, they're both E-bodies, but you can turn a modern Challenger E-body into a CUDA just by doing this. So it'd be interesting to note if Dodge were to reissue the CUDA as well, would they use the same panels as they did on the Challenger?
Yeah.
Well, I've been talking about that for a number of years. I think they should. I mean, now that they're going full bore back into V8 power, and we heard that a couple of weeks ago after some rumors. But I think that they ought to bring the CUDA back.
Yeah, 5-6 years ago, that was a hot rumor. It was coming back, and nothing.
Yeah, I'll be hosting SEMA Live next week from Las Vegas, and Tim Kuniskis is one of my guests on Tuesday morning. So that is one of the questions that I will be asking.
Absolutely.
Him.
Please do. Okay, 72 Olds 442 now.
Another yellow 442. What are the odds? Yeah, it's a real 442.
It's got W30 badging on it.
Yeah, just the badges, though.
Yes.
Yeah. First thing I checked, of course, were the wheel wells, and those are not red, so we know right away that it's just badged as a W30.
And in 1972, the W30 was kind of losing its aura, if you will, because everything was losing horsepower and performance. 400 cube V8 automatic with AC.
Well, I guess the telltale sign also would be the hood. There's no intake on the hood also, so definitely not a W30.
Not a Ram Air car.
5, 19,000 bid. 18.5, 19,000 down. Not get a bid of 19. 18.5 down.
Yeah, that W30 debuted in 1966. It was the closest you could get to a factory blueprinted engine, hand-assembled motors strictly for drag racing. Of course, they all wound up on the street at some point too, but yeah, that was, you might say, Oldsmobile's answer to those great Ram Air engines from Pontiac. And they certainly acquitted themselves well, those W30s on the drag strips.
James, how are we doing over there? Figured that. You got $19,000 bid. Reserve is off. 19,000.
Okay.
19,000.
Good to
500
hear
bid.
those
I'd have
words.
19,500. Sold 19. Sold $19,000, Blake.
And 19 it is.
Just a wild guess.
Okay.
That 442, because it is a 442, if it were closer to original, in terms of color, wheels, everything else,
right,
might have been more attractive to bidders.
Sure.
Yeah, you're right about that, Bill. There is a certain element of negative association when something is badged as something that it's not, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Talking about, of course, the W30 on there.
Yep,
you
psychological
those?
maybe,
yeah, exactly.
but for real.
F-150 SVT Raptor from 2014. Here we go.
Yeah, 11 years ago, this 2014 F-150 SVT Raptor was the muscle truck from Ford. This was the last year for that first-gen SVT Raptor. Still get them, but it all began back in that first generation, 6.2-liter V8. The 400 horsepower range, automatic transmission, four-wheel drive. This one with a sunroof, upgraded Sony sound system with a 700-watt amp and a subwoofer. Ooh, big noise.
What the heck? 40,000 a bid. 40.
Other options: cruise control, navigation,
41,000.
off-road front grille camera, factory bed liner, Firestone rear leveling, airbags, which are Bluetooth controls.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, how about that?
Little custom touch on the back there is a badge that says SMU Law on it. So I assume that's Southern Methodist University. So
yeah.
right here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Cool.
Coolest lawyer in town.
All right, 2013 collector edition Corvette now, the 60th anniversary.
Yeah, we had a collector edition Corvette earlier today. That was from the C3 generation. And here we go with the C6. It's a 427, 505 horsepower, LS7, 6-speed manual transmission. The 1SC package, including the CFZ carbon fiber package as well. ZR1 chrome wheels, magnetic ride control, and Z51 sport package. This was a pretty pricey car when it was new back in 2013. Original MSRP, close to $94,000. And someone's going to pay a lot less than that. Right now, the reserve is off at $62K.
Sold 62, sold $62,000.
Congratulations.
All right, $62,000. And that couple will be driving away in that Corvette, 60th anniversary car. Here's a 1957 Thunderbird convertible that's on the block right now, selling at no reserve.
Yeah, black color too. Don't often see these in that color. With a red interior, comprehensive restoration. That's got that dress-up kit on that 312 cubic inch V8, automatic transmission.
Speaking of the Thunderbirds, we have a 57 and a 56 from Amos Minter coming up on Saturday, both of them, and they are spectacular cars. Had a really cool opportunity to visit with Amos and Justin, his son, yesterday afternoon a little bit, talk about those cars and some of the history of Amos Minter, who is local here to the North Dallas area, or North Texas area.
This one is at 28,000. 29 now, inching up.
31, 32, $32,000. 31, 32 bid. I'll go on the T-Bird down. I'd get a bit of a 32, 31, 2. Hit
Real
one bid. I'd
wire
get a bit of a 2. I'd get a bit of a 31 down. 2. I'd get a bit of a 31, 32 bid. 31, 32,000. Sold 31, sold $31,000.
All right,
Blake Sway.
Matt hammers it, $31,000, and that'll wrap up this segment. We are just about 90 minutes from touchdown here as we roll on live with you on ESPN Plus. More to come after the break. Well, the parade of rolling automotive art continues here in Fort Worth at Dickies Arena. Happy to be bringing it to you live today on ESPN Plus as we get into our final 90 minutes of today's program. And we do so with a 1972 Chevy C10. I really like how they've done the wheels and tires on this pickup truck. Make that yellow just pop a little bit more.
Yeah,
Bill?
Yeah, it's different. Yeah, the parade of prolific, powerful pickups continues here in Fort Worth.
Yes.
Yeah, there's got a V6 in it. If you can believe that, a 3.6 liter V6 with direct injection. 6L50, 6-speed automatic transmission, but it's all about the appearance, Scott. You're right. Pastel yellow, gray interior, and the black wheels with the exposed rivets, and a little bit of bright work on the spokes. Yeah, that's very distinctive. Sells.
That would be perhaps sunflower yellow if we're talking a 72 Corvette color, maybe. I don't know.
Yep. Sunflower. What was the other one? Sunfire.
Yes. Okay. Okay, here is one from 1990, an F-250.
Yes. XLT Lariat package. So it's got a lot of standard equipment, 4-wheel drive, 5.8 liter V8, 4-year power, and a 5-speed manual. And come around, look at the interior. A couple of options: tilt steering column and cruise, also air conditioning as well. Bench seat, floor shift. And just like that, another sold.
8 lug wheels all the way around. Stout.
Mm-hmm.
14,500. You said there were how many? 243 pickups here?
263.
263.
Imagine that.
Okay.
It's funny how like we've seen 200 of them today.
I know, but that's great. Love it. People in Texas like their trucks.
Have we seen a Mercedes-Benz on the block today yet?
Doubt it.
I don't know if we have.
Don't recall one, and this is the big boy.
Yeah, it's an SL550 from 08.
5.5 liter V8 automatic. Option after option. Convertible power top, retractable hard top. Now this is not a soft top. Nav, leather, heated seats, dual zone climate, alloy wheels, and about 56,000 miles reading on the clock.
Yeah, we say this a lot about the Continental GTs. You know, this is such a timeless design. This is nearly a 20-year-old car. Looks like it could have rolled off the showroom floor today.
Yeah, but it's funny how the depreciation curve is so steep on these.
About a block away from the dealership. That's when it starts.
Yeah. This was an expensive car when it was new.
You know,
550.
Think about it. 2008, this car was brand new. 2008 was also the very first season of Mecum television. We are almost finished with our 18th year of television.
And look at how much more valuable we are today.
And you guys look like you're just off the showroom floor, too.
Oh,
it's uncanny.
Wow, what a nice guy.
Yeah. $11,000 just bought that Mercedes-Benz. Very cool.
Chip, chip, chip.
Continental Mark V Bill Blass edition. This is from 1979.
Yep. Bill Blass, Cartier, De La Renta, Loren, all of those designers, I think, had their own particular designer series.
Louis Vuitton had a model.
Yeah, I can't remember them all. I don't think Diane von Furstenberg had one, but probably a lot of the others did. They only produced 6,700 or so of these back in 1979, which kind of gave it kind of a collector feel anyway. And of course, 400 cubic inch V8 in the Lincoln at this point. All the options. Power steering, power brakes, air conditioning, quadrasonic AM/FM stereo with a CB radio. Whoopee.
Of course.
Yes, got to have it. Tilt steering column, got cruise, leather. And I mean real leather. You know, that's a leather interior that would make the waiting room in your dentist office look sick.
Is it true that you need a captain's license to drive this car?
All right, land yacht.
I thought we were good.
We need 31. 2. Curtis, you're out.
Strong money.
You're out. 32.
This could be an ultra low mileage car if the odometer is accurate. It's only got a little over 8,000 miles. Explain the hammer.
You know, and right at 31, and judging by the visual appearance, that may not be far off.
No.
And that's our friend Jim Wicks, man.
Jim Wicksopedia.
Yes. He is the man. $31,000 for that Continental. And let's check in right across the auction block from our vantage point, Danielle Trotta.
Yes, Scott Hoke. We've been watching a lot of great cars across the block here. If you want to watch more Mecum, we've got you covered 24/7. You can go to our YouTube channel for bonus content, really cool features, and replays of our entire shows. You can also check out all that bonus coverage on our Roku channel, Mecum TV. If you're watching us live, you know that every show I select photos from our Facebook page of your favorite cars from years gone by. Let's share some of those with you now. Frank Worsetter is our first car of the day. He says, here's my beautiful bride on the way home from our Florida honeymoon in August 1963. This is my 327 4-speed, 250 horsepower. Cost me $4,360 brand new. Worth every penny, Frank. Thank you. Next up, we have Craig C. Bellis. He said, here's my Roadrunner that I won in a dollar raffle in 1969. The picture was taken in Santa Cruz, California, near Seabright Beach when I attended UC Santa Cruz. Craig, you were Santa Cruzing in style, my friend, back in '69 with that Roadrunner. Keep those memories coming, guys. Post them to our Mecum Facebook page. Scott Bill, not bad return for $1, and he won that awesome car.
Absolutely.
Wow.
I love that.
Craig Bellis for the win.
Yeah.
Car of the year in 1969, by the way.
Yep.
A lot of car for $1.
And now we're looking at a Bronco, an Eddie Bauer edition, top trim level from 1987.
And it looks well preserved. It's got the 5-liter V8 with electronic fuel injection, overdrive automatic, 4-wheel drive, of course, and they've converted the AC to R12 Freon. 33-inch tires. Plenty of tire on it. No reserve. Let's see what it will sell for.
Only 10K so far.
Yeah.
$12,000.
Yeah, somebody on the phone jumping in.
12. I can let him down, 12 down, 12 down, 12. Final call, 12,000. So, $11,000 to the Gold Lounge.
Lot T, 220.
Okay, 11,000. We'll take care of that deal. And a 1972 GMC Sprint. Wow, this one has been well presented here. A Sprint SP for us.
Yes, sir. Yep, it's not an El Camino, although it certainly has a lot of similarities. This is from the boys at GMC.
A cousin, if you will.
If you will, yes. Certainly some DNA being exchanged here. This one upgraded with a 454 big block and a turbo 400 automatic, 12-bolt rear end. Some other modifications too. Remote controlled electric exhaust cutouts. Ooh, you certainly hear that truck coming with those open. Ooh. SSBC brakes, slotted brakes. Those folks make really great disc brake pieces with an aluminum radiator under the hood. American Racing Torque Thrust 2 wheels, 15-inch diameter.
19 grand, just bought that car, Bill.
Nice.
Okay, let's check out a Roadrunner. Yes, that's a Roadrunner from 1978.
Yeah, boy. You almost wish that they had retired the name Roadrunner before we got to this point, but they didn't.
I think Chris might agree with you.
You know, they paid so much money to Warner Brothers to license that little bird. They're like, we're going to get our money's worth on this, and we're going to keep the nameplate.
Yeah.
They probably had a marching band in the dealership to distract from the lack of performance under the hood. But you know what? As far as style goes, I mean, come on. You got to love that. That is just nostalgia city right there with those graphics on there. There's everything they can do to distract from what's under the hood. I'll tell you what, those rally wheels, as I said earlier, they look great on everything, including this 78.
Badge engineering, huh? But you know, take a look around at what was happening back in 1978. Corvettes, maybe 250 horsepower, I think, for an L82. So everybody was sharing in the decline, you might say. This one in pretty decent shape, though. 360, automatic transmission with air conditioning, power steering and brakes and windows and locks and rally wheels.
220 horsepower.
220
L82.
horsepower, L82.
All right, we've got to take a break here. More coming up from Texas shortly.
I think the 454 had 200.
Welcome back. When we talk about incredible vehicles that cross the block, this is one that's crossing this weekend here in Texas. This is a 2009 Mercedes-Benz McLaren SLR Roadster. Now, when you look at this, you're thinking to yourself, wow, that's a really interesting color. Yeah, this is a one-of-one paint to sample in the Roadster. It's actually called Effenbein Ivory, which the best way I could describe it is incandescent. It's just got this glow to it. Inside, beautiful red. There's a red and black top on there. This is one of only 4 paint-to-sample Roadsters, but this is the only one they built in 2009 in this color, which is a nod to the 65 300 SL Gullwing this color was used on before. But we're going to see this thing cross the block here on Saturday, and I personally cannot wait. What a gorgeous, gorgeous car.
Rutledge, thank you very much. Good find back there in the 303 staging lane. And as you mentioned, coming up, part of our 3 days with you in DFW. As we return to the live action, they just finished up on a 75 VW Type 2 bus for $61,000, and we are looking straight on at a 2021 customized Toyota Tundra 6x6.
Yeah, the number of trucks we've talked about, 263, but this one stands apart from all the ones we've seen and may see through the rest of the auction. Yeah, a 6x6 conversion by Esteem Customs. Got a supercharged 5.7-liter V8, Magnuson supercharger with an automatic transmission, and yes, 6x6, all 6 wheels are drive wheels. Air conditioning, tinted windows, Fox shock suspension, and remote reservoirs for that upgraded suspension as well. A lot of technology it's riding on. You want to talk about a head turner. Boy, that'll do it anywhere on planet Earth. Ooh.
I think when you mentioned all the different configurations on pickup trucks at the beginning of the program, you forgot the 6x6.
Man.
Yeah. Okay, next up, let's go to the 2010 Aston Martin Vantage.
Oh, from the Department of Sex Appeal, here you go. 2010 Vantage with a 420 horse, 4.7-liter V8 with an automatic. Look at how clean, beautifully detailed that engine room is. Gray on the outside, black on the inside. And all of the creature comforts you would expect in an Aston Martin, black leather. Those are lightweight seats as well. ABS on those 4-wheel disc brakes and 19-inch wheels. And $22,000 is not going to buy it. The MSRP may have been 4 times that when that was a new car.
Well, 22 is, in fact, the high bid. And right behind the Aston is a Mercury Monterey from 1955. Not often seen on our auction block. Very cool, though.
Yes, it is. And this obviously was the starting point for a lot of guys that were doing customizations back in the 1950s, because that OEM style is a great starting point. It already kind of looks like it's been massaged a little bit. There's the 292 V8 underneath there with an automatic and power steering and brakes. And Continental kit out back, you'll see that in a minute. And fender skirts. Inside, yep, it's pretty original. The two-tone. And the fuzzy dice. Got to have those. Yep. Yeah, there are those 55 Mercury taillights that wind up on a lot of 1950s era custom cars. And the Continental spare tire deck.
High bid on that Monterey, 14,000 bucks. Okay, Bill, let's put our foot into this one, shall we? A 2003 Corvette Z06.
Yeah, put our foot into it indeed. As the Z06, by this time, had already gained quite a reputation as a track car. You buy it at the Chevy dealer and then go find a racetrack. It's ready to go. This one with 405 horsepower out of the 5.7 liter V8, with a 6-speed manual, two-tone red and black leather interior, traction control, head-up display, alloy wheels, and the odometer reads just over 23,000 miles. There you see the 5.7. Z06 option, born in 1963.
Oh, I was going to ask that question of you.
Oh.
A little trivia, and I knew you knew the answer to that.
Yeah. So you might say, would this be the 40th anniversary of the Z06, 2003? Yep. Z06 did not continue through every generation of the Corvette. We saw it obviously in C2, not in C3, not in C4, I don't believe, but back in C5, and again in C6.
So, 26,000.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
30 at 2008 Aston Martin.
Well, $26,000 buys that car, and keep that Z06 option code in your mind here in a few minutes. We're going to kind of flash back a little bit.
Okay.
In just a little while. In the meantime, another Aston Martin Vantage. This the Roadster configuration from 2008.
Yeah, perfect bookends to the fixed roof one we just saw. This one a little down on power compared to the other one. 380 horsepower out of the 4.3 liter V8. But just about everything we saw in the coupe, we see in the convertible, except of course the power seat, power top. Another pricey car when it was new. And now kind of finds itself pretty much in a lot of people's budget window.
I get 32, 33. Iron David get 2, down 3. What's my say? Iron David get 33. Pound Iron David get 2, down 3. Iron David get 3, get 3, get 3. Now what's he say? 32, 33.
32.
4.
Trev is asking 33.
2, 4, 5, 35, 35, 36, 35, 36. Iron David at 35. Iron David at $36,000. Number 5, bid down $36,000. Last call. 35, 36. Close bid at $35,000, 6 over 40,000 buy it.
Introducing lot T 231.
Okay, gonna need a little bit of extra oomph in the bidding department there to get that one sold. So we'll leave it at $35,000, and a 2003 Mach 1 will follow up that Aston.
Yeah, another one of those nameplates that Ford really got its money's worth with, the Mach 1, way up here in 2003 after debuting back in 1969. Odometer reads just over 5,500 miles, got the 4.6 liter double overhead cam, V8, 5-speed manual, there you see it right there.
16 on bid, 17.
Looks like an accessory tachometer was mounted on the steering column there.
Yeah.
A little extra. Shaker hood. As all good Mach 1 should have, I think. Heritage alloy wheel, 17-inch diameter. And we're approaching 20,000, just crossed the $20,000 mark. Let's see where it goes.
$21,000.
There we go.
20,500. I'll take her. Now one.
20,500.
21.
Huh?
20,500. Anybody else? 21,000.
Some money. 20,500. 23 grand. Can we do it? Make the rule.
Close bid at $20,500. Takes $23,000, Ryan. $23,000 is the number.
Yeah, they've invoked the Mecum rule at the consignor's request there.
It looks like he's got a counter. Oh, no, he's just standing at a tabletop. I got you. Thank you, Kurt.
I'll be here all night.
Hey, he does have a counter. 22 grand. Alan! Hey! 22.
Sell it!
He said sell it. Reserves on 22, 23.
Hey, there we go. Good deal.
Yes, sir.
So, $22,000.
Just like that.
Yeah.
$22,000 for that Mach 1 from 03.
I say the Mecum rules probably had more successes than failures over the years. A lot of times.
Yeah, that's an interesting question.
Sometimes when the gap is too big, we don't see it. But
right.
for something like this, we're talking a couple of $1,000s.
Exactly. It's a good strategy.
It worked.
All right, here's a 1971 Pontiac Le Mans that has been dressed like a GTO.
Yeah, and it's got an LS conversion. How about that? Automatic with overdrive, new pieces and parts everywhere, new top. The frame is original, but the canvas has been replaced. His and hers, her shifter, vintage air, Heights suspension. Great ride out of that setup for handling and just ride comfort too. Power steering and power brakes. Upgraded wheels. Now we're talking 17-inch rally wheels.
$30,000, $29.30. $29.30.
All white. Triple white.
$30,000. David, 30, good 30, good 30, good 32. 30's bid. 32. 30's bid. 32,000. I get 30 bid. David, 2. Reserve is off. I get 30 bid. 31.
Just came off.
Okay, they've got the reserve lifted.
Hammer down. You got it, sir.
And that's our man.
All righty, cool. Very cool. Thank you so much. And
That's Gus Kozar on the telephone with the gentleman who just bought that Le Mans. 1967 Cadillac DeVille. Man, oh man, these things just always amaze you about the enormity and the luxury of these cars back in '67.
Oh, that's what the luxury market was all about back then. Size mattered, and these cars were proof, especially with this red on red color palette. Oh boy, luxury personified.
That's the original upholstery, by the way. Leather.
Imagine that. Factory air conditioning, not added. And every conceivable power option that you could even dream of was coming from the Cadillac back during this time period. Set the pace for luxury, no doubt about it. Cadillac sales outpacing the Lincoln, Imperial, and rightly so. Way back in the early days of Cadillac, their slogan was standard of the world, and boy, that diminished little over the generations.
Reserve is off. 21, 22,000 under bid. Got 21, 22. Last call. Cars for sale. 22,000. So $21,000 to the net, Megan.
Offering lot T, 235, a 78 Lincoln Continental.
All right, well, $21,000 on that beautiful red Cadillac.
is off.
What a fun first day in Fort Worth, Texas. But we ain't done yet on this Thursday. 5 hours down, another hour to go here live on ESPN Plus, and then 2 more days after that. Friday and Saturday, another 6 hours of coverage each day. Join us tomorrow starting at noon Eastern time, right here streaming on ESPN Plus. Time to go around the block. Let's send it over to my buddy, Chris Jacobs.
Oh yeah, Danielle, I'm with a winged warrior. You know, in 1970, 1,935 Superbirds were produced. Of those, 716 left the factory with the 440 V code with the 6-pack, and only 308 of those had the pistol grip 4-speed transmission. But you know what they all had? The Roadrunner horn.
You know, it was the country group Alabama that said if you're going to play in Texas, you got to have a fiddle in the band. Well, in Texas, if you're going to have a car collection, you got to have yourself a lifted Excursion. How about this 03 lifted 6-liter turbo diesel 4x4? It's got Fox shocks, big tires, big wheels. Also has the front end upgraded from a 2011 to 2016. This thing is a monster, and somebody's going to be seeing this rolling across the block and hopefully coming to their garage just a little while.
All right, everybody, that's just a little glimpse of what we have still to come here at Fort Worth, our Mecum Dallas Fort Worth auction from Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. I'm Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens here. You having fun yet today?
Oh, it hasn't stopped, man, and we still got an hour to go.
And 2 more days to go. Let's actually flash back to what we were talking about a few minutes ago about that Corvette Z06 option code and when it was first introduced in a car we'll see on Saturday.
We will see it indeed. Oh, what a car. Yep, it's a Z06, one of 199 that were built in 1963. It was a track car. This one has the N03 option. That's a 36.5-gallon fuel tank. It's a tanker, L84, 327 cubic inch, 360 horse, fuel-injected motor. It's got the M24 speed 411 posi in the rear end and those Kelsey Hayes cast aluminum wheels. It's got it all, and we'll see it Saturday.
What a car it is. Cannot wait for that. 98 Chevy 1500 Z71. That's what we've got now as we are into our final hour with you today. $15,000 current bid on this pickup truck.
Nothing fancy. Regular cab, highly original, 5.7 liter V8 automatic, 4-speed transmission. It's 4-wheel drive truck. Red outside, gray inside, and the options that you would like to have to really enjoy this truck. We're talking AC, power windows, locks and mirrors, power steering and brakes, and those factory alloy wheels, very attractive. It's been garage kept, so that paint job has held up very well.
Oh, boy, has it ever.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned nothing fancy. I mean, you know, we were just starting to get in 98 into that time period of the crew cab, the extended cab, and trucks as a luxury vehicle.
Yes.
This one's not quite there yet, and that's okay.
Yeah, it is. And it's sold in no time. There it is.
Hang on. There it is.
There it is.
$1,000 to Katie Net. Yeah, now offering
15 grand buys that Z71. Well, here's the Shelby Dakota that somebody previewed a little while ago.
It was Chris.
Think, right? It was Chris?
Yeah.
From 1989, and you had one of these, right?
I had one, same color and everything. 1989, 1 year only. 318 V8. Not an engine that lent itself to modifications, really, but it was just a fun truck to drive. Automatic transmission. 1,500 were produced. I'm trying to remember. My number was, I believe, in the 800s. It was 850 or something, because there's a little plaque on the dash that tells you what number truck it is in that series. And
maybe this is yours.
It might be. It would look just like it. Now, did you say this had an engine
This, I
swap?
believe, is 220.
Okay, so it's had an engine. Oh, 220 number. Did you say it had an engine swap, though?
It did. Well, the original Dakotas came with that 3.9 liter V6, but to create the Shelby, they swapped it out with a 5.2 V8. In order to do that, they had to remove the engine fan, put electric fans in there, but the positive was they got a little more horsepower out of it.
That explains it.
These were so cool. I just worshipped this as a kid, but they also, this was in the same era, they made the factory convertible pickup, which was only a V6. And I was like, why didn't they marry these two things together?
That's just abhorrent.
I know. Like, again, I don't know why Chrysler would get right down to the goal line. They're like, okay, 1 yard. Should we just throw it the other direction?
I remember the drop top in the Dakota with the Shelby combination.
So cool.
Would be great.
$9,500, by the way, for that Shelby Dakota, and a little 97 Ford Ranger is right behind it.
With a little oomph under the hood on this one, Bill.
Yeah, we decided a little bit more vitamin V underneath there. How about a 5-liter V8? Automatic overdrive transmission.
But here's what's cool, Bill. This truck appears to have been originally a manual. Look inside there. That looks like the original shifter location for the 5-speed, but oh no, it is an automatic stock within there.
I wish they left it as a manual, but yeah, whatever. We'll go with it. Okay, those look like Magnum 500 wheels, kind of, sort of. Those are aftermarket wheels at 17-inch diameter. Lower the suspension a little bit, lower the ride height on that truck. And boy, someone's going to get this for not a lot of money if that hammer comes down. That'd be money well spent for this truck. See if the consignor is going to let it go.
Yeah, and that's a clean build, but it's funny how many of these became sort of like Grandpa's truck he would take to Home Depot. And then eventually they would become, you know, the 16-year-old's first vehicle. We had one of these that we used in our band in college that we got from our friend Andy's dad and just beat the snot out of it, the old 2.3 liter in there. But cool to see them come out of the woodwork with such quality builds.
And, you know, all the trucks that we've seen today, very few, if any, look like they've ever worked for a living. They've all been pretty well preserved, maybe restored some of them. But we have seen a lot of work trucks.
Do you want to give 18?
17.5.
19 or 20?
We got 17.5. You want to give 18?
Because if you give 19, he's going to end up giving 19.5, and then you're going to end up giving 20 anyway. 20? 19.5 to you. Right? 19? Is that what you got? Jordy? You got 19?
18.
Yeah, that's not what I... Oh, 18.
Yeah.
Hey, you want 18.5? So, $18,000, Jordan.
Now offering T240.1.
Well,
yeah.
The patience paid off there. That's Jordan Hunter, by the way, who was helping out that couple to buy that 97 Ranger.
Yep.
Roush Stage 2 Mustang now, Bill, from 2011.
Yeah, all different flavors on those Roush Mustangs. This is a Stage 2 Coyote 5-liter V8. And this truck was used for product development, too, so this is kind of like a mule, you might say. Donated to the Peterson Museum, Los Angeles, at one point. 6-speed manual transmission, all those Roush extras, performance disc brakes, slotted and cross-drilled rotors, Roush hood, spoiler, 20-inch twin-spoke wheels.
That is a beautiful color, and the way this car is set up, whether it was the Roush details, whatever, when you take a look at that front end, everything's just very sleek, very timeless. That color looks great on there, especially with the black wheels. I know that might not always be the wheels you would reach for, but I think in something like this, especially with the black top, that's a really nice setup.
Yeah, and Jack Roush, with his racing heritage and everything, you know that any car that he builds is going to go and stop and corner with the best of them, and these cars will do that.
All right, $23,000. That'll take care of that Roush. Back with more in a moment. Welcome back to Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. It's time for our State Farm moment of the day. State Farm, of course, has coverage that meets your needs for a price that fits easily into your budget. No doubt about it what our moment of the day is today. Earlier in the program, a 2003 Harley-Davidson FX STD, that soft-tailed deuce, with an 88 cube V-twin 5-speed transmission, tons of chrome. Love the airbrushed tank and front fender. Well, it brought $13,000 when the hammer dropped. And that young lady on the left, I think she was excited about that one, Bill. Oh, boy. That makes, got to make you proud, huh? Her version of the Bill Stevens Yummy Dance. And that is our State Farm moment of the day. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's the State Farm moment of the year, I
Maybe. It might be. As we move on in our final hour with you on this Thursday, 1995 Chevy Silverado at no reserve at $9,500.
Yes, got another one of these bone stock pickup trucks that look like they haven't been used at all. It's a light duty 2500 series, 350. Underneath that hood, automatic transmission and factory air, AM/FM cassette as well. Power steering, locks, and windows.
10, 11, 10, 11, $10,000 bid, 11. You want to give 10, 5?
Truck's 30 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Not a scratch.
$10,000. So 10,000.
A dent or a ding.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, 10,000 hammers it. 1968 Chevelle next.
Well, they didn't skimp on the power on this Chevelle.
Oh, no way, man.
How about a balanced and blueprinted 468 big block, as I mentioned before, 468. It's already a 454, but it's bored out 60 over.
Look at that.
Yeah. Huh? That is fire. Offenhauser intake, twin, Edelbrock, 4 barrels, turbo 400 automatic, Ford 9-inch rear end. Extra stopping power too, with a double action power brake booster and new Willwood heavy duty rotors and 4 piston calipers. Some money in that brake system.
Boy, this car, when you look at it, it is mellifluous. It's smooth. There's just no two ways about it.
No, color, wheels, rally stripes.
45, now 7, 47.
4-core aluminum radiator.
7.
That's always a good idea.
Again, 9. 49,
Chrome underneath that hood, in case
50.
you missed it, the alternator, power steering pump, water pump, polished aluminum, and MSD ignition.
50,000. 49, 50. 49, you're going to get 50. I am 49, you want 50? That's
49 is
Yeah.
where we're kind of hung at right now.
Get a tush push into the 50s, and I think
there we go. We're at 50.
the reserve is going to come off, I think, once we get into the 5s.
I'm just going to tell everybody what you told me. Okay, I won't. Yeah. I understand why you are the way you are, sir. 52, 50, $52,000. 50's bid. 51. 51.
If I had 52,000.
Looks like sugar to me. 51.
Takes 55, Jimmy.
51, 52, 51, bid, you're gonna get 52. I have 51,000, you're gonna get 52.
I think I heard 55 is the target.
Yep.
Guys, I don't know how they're missing. This is popping under the lights. This car is vivacious. There's
Yes,
just no
it
other
is.
way to say it.
It is showtime.
Oh, you're not going, okay.
Vivacious and mellifluous in the same car.
Almost like a marsupial.
Absolutely. Look, they're still working it. Come on.
Oh, I think we're going to get there.
Mecum rules in effect on that last car.
Yeah, they are within $4,000.
Yeah.
51 will not buy it, appreciate the bid. They wanted 60, we got them to 55. You raise your bid to 55, and she didn't even let me finish talking.
Well.
Sir, if you'll raise her bid to 55,
that'll get her bought. It'd be
I
over.
can then sell it to you.
Rip that Band-Aid off. Rip that Band-Aid off. 55.
You gonna do it?
Sell.
You want to split it? 53 split. 52.5. I got 52.5.
$52,500. They raised their bid.
Yeah. Do we want to make any type
Now
of
sell it to
deal?
them.
Yeah, I know. I kind of figured that.
I love it. They're trying to meet in the middle.
Yeah, the consigner's still got his heels dug in.
52.5's bid.
$52,500. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Bob.
All right, now
he's dug in, Bill.
246.
Yeah, wow, I'm
2018
surprised.
Jeep
I thought
Wrangler
they'd get
Rubicon
there.
Custom. No expense paired custom
Well, as
build.
always, the bid goes
Four-wheel
on,
drive,
Des.
Supercharged
There
V6
certainly
automatic.
is.
New hard
And that is the number, 52.5, that they've got to work with. Okay, they went full tilt on the mods on a 2018 Wrangler Rubicon. A little two-door, but man, over the top in some of the extras.
You are correctamundo.
Light bar, fender flares, a big lift, big tires and wheels, side steps.
Yeah, lots of work underneath on that suspension. And look at that front end, boy. Somebody crank up Monster Mash, will you?
Yeah.
That's a supercharged 3.6 V6, by the way, giving it the power. New hardtop. Power-operated my top, convertible top. Edelbrock supercharger on there as well.
Boy, that thing's tough.
Yes, it is.
And they've kept the correct tow hooks in Rubicon red, which would be that way regardless of the body color.
That is totally dude.
Totally what, dude?
Dude, yes.
24.5, right? 24.5, 25. You're out?
24.5.
Support from your neighbors, huh?
Bring her home.
24.5, 25. So, $24,500.
All right.
Travis.
Now offering T247.
24.5 it is. Right there in the front row of the grandstand. Break coming up for us. Back with more from Fort Worth. Coming up. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Mecum Auctions here on ESPN Plus, and literally on deck is this beautiful 1969 Mustang that left the factory with a straight 6 in it. It was since upgraded to a 302. The current owner pulled the 302 out and sourced a 5.0 from an 88 Ford GT, and that's what you're looking at right now. Of course, it's appearing to be a 302, but that's actually a 5.0 under that air cleaner. Really well done in this Cypress pearl paint with the tan interior, 10-spoke Shelby wheels. And I love all the gold badging on this car. The Mustangs on the fenders, around here the taillight, the Mustang on the deck lid. Taillights are very nicely appointed as well. Just a gorgeous car. Looks great under the Mecum show lights. It's about to roll onto the auction block. This is literally the next car coming, Scott, so look out for this one.
Man, I can see it from here. It looks terrific. Thank you, CJ. On the way in just a few, we've got to take care of the business on a 90 Bronco custom here, Bill Stevens. The reserve just came off at 23.
Yeah, this is supposedly a four-door DeBryan conversion. One of 35 that were built. 5.8-liter V8 supplies the power, 4-speed automatic. 3-row seating, front captain's chairs, swivel second-row seats. Removable rear hardtop. You can see that right there in the contrasting color. Skid plates, power steering, power brakes with rear ABS, 15-inch wheels. Yeah, a lot of well-thought-out hardware.
These were cool. There was another company at the time that was also doing these, and I just remember seeing them as a kid. They were so rare, but I always thought this was so cool because no Suburban could the top come off on the back. So it was really like, oh, I want a Bronco, but I have too many kids. So this is what we have instead.
So the conversion part of this is the coach work here. The four-door setup with the rear removable top section.
Exactly. I think it seemed like, I don't know whether they took a Bronco and cut it in half and stretched it, then add the doors in the roof, or if they took a four-door truck and smoothed in the Bronco back. It would have been interesting to see how it all came together.
The guys have retracted their bid. Yep. And then bid the same.
There we go. Now offering T250.
Okay, they got it all straightened out for $23,000. Next up for us, before we get to Chris's car, a 2008 Bentley Continental GTC.
Beautiful car. Boy, this style, so enduring. And in this color, this blue metallic, oh, what can you say? Tan interior. Like I always say, if it wasn't for the Bentley, you know how many golden retrievers would have no name?
That's true.
That is so good, Bill.
552 horsepower W12 with an automatic and all-wheel drive. And just a fraction of what this car stood for.
35, and 6, 7. At 37, put him at 7, 8. At 38, 39. At 39.
That is poetry in motion. Look at that thing roll by.
Just wild how little they've aged visually, you know? They were very unique in their styling, but just timeless in what they did. And now they've come down in price enough that it's really getting to a whole different market than what could have originally afforded the car. And luckily, thanks to things like YouTube, we now actually can figure out how to fix them and hopefully still afford to keep them up, you know?
Well, I say it every year before we go to Monterey. Just wait and see how many of these we'll see out there driving around Carmel, you know, over by the center of town. They're everywhere.
You know, it's interesting when you see enough Bentleys out there that it's like seeing a Corolla or a Civic in a normal town.
You get jaded. Yeah.
Hey, this one brings $45,000. All right, now for Chris's car, 1969 Mustang convertible with modern power.
I'm surprised we don't see more of this, although with the Coyote now we are seeing more of that kind of engine swap. But yeah, a later model 5.0 and a 69 Mustang. Has an automatic as well. Just look at it. What a great job of combining all of these components into this finished product. There's Shelby 10-spoke wheels. You see that beautiful green color. That's Cypress Pearl. So that's an aftermarket color now. Tan interior, front spoiler on it, and a multiple award winner, and rightly so.
And Bill, those look like a little bit more of a modern, I think they probably are a Mustang seat that's in there. The interior matches, but boy, that green, what a luster it has under these lights.
I tell you, since the polyurethane clear coat paint came along, ever since then, you are seeing paint jobs that just burn your retinas. Just the finish and the gloss is just exceptional.
Guys, the current owner told me that this was a 7-year build and that the body of the car was acid dipped to remove all the corrosion and rust.
Believe it. I mean, the key to a great paint job is surface preparation. You get that right, you know, it certainly makes the finish coats of the paint come alive.
57 on the car.
Well, the reserve's off. We know that. Just a matter of what that number's going to be at the end.
Want it? Yeah.
58, 59, 60, 60.
Really?
$60,000 here. You better get 60 bid. Just on the other side of the pole there, Nick. 59 on this pole. Yeah. 59, 60, 59 bid. You better get 60. So, $59,000.
Well, the reserve came off right around 40, thereabouts, and it sells just now for $59,000.
Look at the light dancing off the hood there, Scott, huh?
Yeah. That is fantastic.
Nice.
Well, that's Dickies Arena here in Fort Worth, the headquarters, by the way, of Dickies. And the Fort Worth Stock Show and Rodeo calls this place home. Seats a little under 10 grand for that event. Don't forget about Mecum Transport. Always at your service, getting your automobile, car, truck, whatever the case may be, from the auction floor to your garage door. Mike Baker there in the middle of the screen. That's our guy. He and his team are terrific, and they'll get you a quote in no time. Transport.mecum.com. They are working on this 1953 F100, and they have been for a little bit here. The bid at $27,500 at the moment, and the reserve just came off, even as we put the picture up on the screen for you.
You know, this is a truck that's a little subdued in its appearance, but it's had a lot of work done to it. It's got a stroker in it, a 347 cube stroker with aluminum heads and Edelbrock parts and pieces everywhere. Intake, carburetor, fuel pump, Flowmaster exhaust, Ford 9-inch rear end. A little deceiving, actually. It's kind of a low-key looking truck.
Well, and they've done some body work too. Widened the thing, and it's different, but it's cool.
Yeah.
Guys, call me old-fashioned, but I am intransigent on that color combo right there. Like, that's it. You wouldn't be able to change how I feel about that deep of a gold and that deep of a green together. That's a match made in heaven.
Well, somebody agreed with you because it just got sold.
It did. Classic Mercedes-Benz here, 380 SL from 1983.
Oh, they built skillions and skillions and skillions of this series of Mercedes-Benz 380 SL, 500 SL, 600 SL. This is highly original. This looks as if it's been very well maintained and presented here. 3.8 liter V8, hence the 380 nomenclature. Signal red, Palomino tan inside, new convertible top, but you can see it's got the color matched hardtop in place. Factory wheels. We see super low mileage versions of these cars, moving up the food chain in terms of values, but cars like this been driven over 30,000 miles if we believe the odometer, and not going to be highly expensive if we can get a gavel on it.
Already did.
Where was I?
I don't know. $14,500.
Okay, so that one hasn't really reached the upper stratosphere yet.
No. So in 1988 Suburban will be our next example here. Opening bid, $5,000.
Is that sold yet?
No, not yet.
I think I'm going to start checking with you.
Bill, we often wonder where you are, if you want us to be honest.
Welcome to my life. Another original truck here, except for those aftermarket running boards there. Otherwise, 350, small block, automatic transmission with the original two-tone blue and gray exterior. Interior original, third row seat, front and rear air conditioning as well. Not a lot of money. This will probably sell somewhere where we are right now.
This is actually built in Mexico.
Yes.
And the odometer readout is in kilometers.
So kilometers are smaller than miles, so the miles would be less than 28,108 as the Mexican odometer reads.
$7,500.
$7,500.
I can't net you that. We're not a charity. No crosses on the door. Yes or no, Michael? 7,500. You're either gonna sell it here or sell it somewhere else for the same or less. Always take your first money.
Yes, no, maybe.
Yes.
7,500.
75, 8 pounds, another bid on it now.
It's your $1,000 minimum.
Figure it out. We're
so
close to bid for right now. 7,500. We'll figure that.
We'll get a number for you.
Well, they're going to go ahead and close the bid at $7,500, I think.
Well, you know what? Here's my opinion.
You got 3 thumbs up from everybody.
Hang on.
You know how it is. Take the
wait a
old
minute.
money, put it in something new. You're a car guy.
Reserve off.
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, you got
Indeed, $7,500. Thanks for staying with us here on that one. That was good of you.
I feel better already. No, I was quickly going to say, if that were my truck, I think I would sell it at no reserve. And that reduces the commission. We know it's not going to bring a lot of money.
Right.
So why put more in your pocket?
Really good call.
That's just my
Very
opinion.
good call. 2016 Charger, SRT 8. That is what's next on our block here in Fort Worth.
Yep, the 392 cubic inch V8, better known as the 6.4. Built by Bailey's High Performance right here in Fort Worth, Texas. Built by those folks, has a cam in it, Pro Charger, oh yeah, Torque Flight 8-speed automatic, which is what they came with. It's got an anti-spin rear differential, which is, you know, in General Motors nomenclature, positive traction. Got a racing drive shaft in there that's lightweight. So again, this far from stock, far from original. Upgraded fuel system, Brembo brakes, electronic power steering, and it sounds like it would eat its young.
$30,000, the high bid. Boy, that did have a terrific sound, didn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, first year of the C7, 2014. We've got a Corvette on the block now from that very year with that 445 horse, 6.2 liter V8.
Black on black, too. Killer. This with the automatic, leather interior, the suspension has that adjustable feature. Targa tops, chrome wheels with that black. That is scrumptious. And a Bose sound system. Bose from my neck of the woods, Framingham, Massachusetts.
Oh, yeah.
I believe they're still there.
Okay, 36.5. Will be satisfactory for all parties.
Boy, it didn't have to pull any teeth to sell that car. They were ready to buy it, huh?
Correct. And they'll have fun with it.
Oh, that is going to be just the best kind of ride you can possibly find for a nice highway somewhere where you can let it loose.
All right, a 67 Chevy C10 will occupy the space, and I think the little bike in the back goes with it. Well, of course it does. A little Honda Mini Trail to go along.
Yeah, 73 Honda Z50A, but you know, you talk about letting something loose. See that? That's got 500 horsepower in it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's an LS 6-liter.
Got to make sure you get that bike strapped in the back, man.
Yeah. Oh, that would fly out in no time.
There we go.
Yeah, it seems to be secure. Retro sound audio system. Love those retro sounds. Basically, it's a modern technology with a retro face. So it looks like the original radio, but behind the face of it, it's all updated electronics. This has a 4-link suspension as well in the back to handle that 500 horse LS.
Is that almost it's almost atomic orange, isn't it?
Somewhat.
Oh yeah, it
kind
is.
of Corvette colors. If not, it's a close friend of it, maybe a cousin. But that is a solid setup, especially with that Z50 in the back.
Yeah.
They call it copper, but I'm with you, man. That's atomic orange.
It does look it, yeah.
That's a beautiful color on there.
Hey, I'm telling you what, too. Those little mini trails, if you haven't been keeping up to date on the value of those little mini bikes, my goodness. They can bring, I mean, we've seen them bring anywhere between 3, 4, 5, up to 10K almost for really highly restored models.
A sledgehammer way to promote the motorcycle auction, which is coming up.
Oh, yeah.
To make a motorcycle auction.
Absolutely. At the end of January in Las Vegas, South Point Hotel and Casino will be there.
Talk about values of vintage motorcycles now.
Wow.
Way up.
No doubt. Okay, $50,000 is our opening bid on a 69 Camaro Super Sport.
Boy, isn't it funny how with all the Camaros I think we've seen today, very few have been bone stock, most of them modified, and a lot of them modified well like this one. Custom build, estimated $120,000 they invested in this. And they've driven it since then, 9,000 miles since the completion, but you'd never guess looking at that car. That looks fresh as can be, 6-liter LS2 with a 6-speed manual, black on black, AC, 4-wheel disc brakes, and its mini tub to make a nice, comfortable home for that big rubber in the back with 373 posi gears.
Nothing tawdry about this build. This was a high-quality, big-dollar build for sure.
Yep. No expense spared, as we like to say.
80,000 with the reserve off. That's going to be in our top 2 today.
Right. That's a real SS too, by the way.
Okay.
Asking for 85.
82, 85. 85 pounds another bit. 82 pounds. 85 pounds $1.90.
84.
Thank you. Now 5, 4, 5, 84, 85. 85 pounds another bit. 84 pounds $1, 85 pounds $1. Anybody else? 84, 85. 85 pounds $1.90. 85 last call. Anybody else?
Yeah, you're out. 84, asking 85.
Hurry.
85.
It is. Come on. So, 84 pounds $1. So, 84 pounds $1.
Okay,
Get you one of them.
that is the number.
I know.
$84,000 takes care of the deal. Cool car. All right, while we have some time here, let's check in again with Danielle Trotta. Oh, Danielle.
Hello, Scott Hoke. Yes, we've sold a lot of great cars today. Seen Camaros and we've seen Corvettes, pickups, cross the block, but I can't remember the last time we saw a Mercury, but that's all about to change coming up this weekend. Chris Jacobs, tell me more, because you are with a beauty.
Oh my goodness, Danielle, the restoration on this 69 Cougar is Foudriant. It's a 10 out of 10. It's perfect. Look at this. Restored back to factory specs, and it is flawless. Oh man, this paint job is insane too. Dark ivy green over that saddle interior. Ooh la la, sublime at its finest. And look at this engine room. Yep, that is the factory 428 Cobra jet. Man, oh man, is that gorgeous inside and out all over the place. That's putting out 335 horsepower, by the way. So in addition to a cool cruise, you get some serious performance as well. This one is going across the block on Saturday, so make sure to tune back in then and check this one out then. Guys?
All right, Chris, thank you guys very much. Appreciate that. And yes, we will be here tomorrow and Saturday, noon Eastern. Both days. An AM General Hummer H1 now from 2001.
Comprehensive restoration, Scott, by Mangusta Legacy, and it retains its original chassis and powertrain, but they've gone through this bumper to bumper. During that restoration, anything and everything that needed to be replaced or rebuilt, it has received the correct attention. See the interior there. All new stuff. New custom satin gray exterior with black and red accents. Realigned and repainted body panels.
Looks like they stole the tow hooks off of a Rubicon, didn't they?
Yeah.
Had them red?
Painted them red,
Nice.
front and rear. Custom built center console, functional air conditioning has been professionally integrated throughout the cabin, and man, money, man hours, all into this Hummer.
37, 38 pounds and 100.
Every time you look at one of these or you see one on the street, it really is bonkers that was something that people are like, you know what we got to do? We got to get those for the street.
We got to buy one.
We have to have one. Painted a regular color.
Right.
It's one of the most uncomfortable vehicles to ride in as a passenger. You're 17 feet away from the person next to you. Like, it's fascinating.
Right. It's
I know
weird.
It's so purpose-built for the military, and it's just so hilarious that we were like, we got to put a stereo in one.
It is an enormous truck with very little space.
Now, don't get me wrong, off-road, incredible. I totally get why people would want to have one. They're just so different. The H2 was so much better for consumers
Yes.
in basically every way, but I say that they still look so cool.
Yeah, well, they have what we call curb presence. Plenty of that.
That's for sure.
37,000, by the way, bought that Hummer. And 1965 Cobra replica now. Brother Bill?
Yes, sir.
What say ye?
All done differently. We hardly ever see two that are done the same. This one with a 351 Windsor with a 5-speed, 8.8-inch rear end. Some people round that off to a 9-inch rear end. Red on the outside with a white Shelby stripes, black bucket seat interior. And at the risk of being redundant, as I like to say, the Cobra replica has gone from people trying to replicate a real Cobra and making them convincing and making them authentic. Now they become like street rods. People just exercise their own taste, their own idea of what they want, and they're all different.
I don't have any info on it. Do you know, can you tell who built this? Is it a factory 5 or a backdraft, or, you know?
I can tell you that it's not a factory 5.
Okay.
I can tell by the contours of the rear wheel wells. Backdrafts, I don't believe, although it does have some of the correct features that the backdrafts have, like the rectangular taillights.
Right.
But no, this one kind of flummoxes me.
You make a great point, Bill. It really, when they first started making replicas, you had to go by the book, and there was very little change. I think Factory 5 really opened up the door for people to go, hey, it's for you. Build it the way you want, and it sort of, I think the rest of the replica kind of caught up with them in this particular car.
Yes.
Well, there you have it, $42,000, and those guys bought the Cobra replica. Our final segment on day one from DFW will continue in just a moment.
The 250 GTO, the Gran Turismo Omologato, is an absolute watershed moment for Ferrari.
Graham Hill raced this car. Salvadori raced this car. And every time I hold that wheel, I know that, hey, I'm connecting to those people.
If you're going to own the best of the best, you got to have the GTO.
It represents excellence, and it represents everything that Ferrari are known for.
Well, Bill Stevens, the Bianco Speciale, the 62 Ferrari 250 GTO, the headliner of all headliners in an auction.
And again, I can go back as a child when those cars were racing, and they really set the bar for any other car competing in the Gran Turismo class. If you wanted to be the best, you had to beat the best, and that meant the 250 GTO.
Yep. No doubt about it, it will be the main attraction in Kissimmee, Florida come January. In the meantime, here in Fort Worth, our last segment well underway with a 1964 VW Beetle.
Hey, we haven't had one of these yet today, have we?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Okay, it's got that 1500cc flat 4. Another one of those engines that will go into the annals of great engines of every make and model. They're just so well built that last forever and can take all kinds of abuse. And I can't think of any car that probably hasn't received more than the Volkswagen Beetle in any way, shape, or form. 4-speed transmission, of course. Beautiful teal paint. VDO gauges, white wall tires, color matched wheels, and it is a convertible, and it's going to sell, if it does, at a premium over what a fixed roof would.
What a beautiful ride, and you're right, there's nothing fugacious about it. I mean, that sucker is built to last.
Yeah.
Boy, $11,000. That is super cool, man. We've talked about this many times. Everybody has a VW Bug story.
27 million air-cooled Volkswagen Bugs have been built, by the way.
There you go. All right, let's check in with Chris Jacobs for a look ahead.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, well, if you know the world of custom car building, then you have heard of Weaver Customs, and this is one of their phenomenal creations. This is their reimagining of a 1966 Chevy Corvette. And wow, I mean, where do I start with this car? First of all, under the hood, got that LT1 crate. It's putting out 455 horsepower, and that is backed up by a 4L75E automatic transmissions, riding on a Roadster Shop chassis with C7 independent suspension, both front and rear. Willwood disc brakes all the way around. This color is called Kimura Gray, and the interior is Bordeaux. And this isn't just any material. This is Italian leather, and man, does it feel good and supple. This car is just amazing. The color of the top is perfect too, like this gray that sets off the exterior and the interior colors. I mean, I don't know, I can't stop about this car. It is phenomenal. I'm so proud of the guys at Weaver Customs for such a high mark that they have set, and I'll probably be seeing them out at SEMA next week. This creation is rolling across the block on Saturday, and it's going to get some big, big dollars. This comes out of the redefined Legacy collection, and man, what a car. So, so cool. And you might notice, too, that Stinger hood on there. Well, that didn't come out till '67, but the Weaver Customs guys used it perfectly on this 1966 Corvette. Scott?
Oh, thank you, Chris Jacobs. Yeah, that 67 big block hood on a different model year is not unprecedented, but it certainly works. And that whole package is phenomenal, Bill.
Yeah, and that original Stinger hood with that scoop was non-functional on the original Corvettes. It looks like they've opened that up to channel a little cool air into the engine room.
Yep, cool. All right, let's bring you back to the block here and see what we've got going on. A 1969 VW Dune Buggy. And the reserve is off at 10 grand.
Yeah, we're talking about replicas now. If you get an original Myers-Manx Dune Buggy, those things can get pretty expensive. This one, a Myers-Manx style fiberglass body, previously used as a Shriner's parade car, believe it or not. 1600cc flat 4 and a 4-speed.
Brought 10 grand.
Yep.
Well, our final car, or our final truck of the day, is going to be this big excursion that Rutledge previewed for us a bit ago. We'll catch as much of it as we can, Rut. We're going to open it up in the teens and now to 20.
Yeah, this one cool. It's a 2003 updated with that 2011 to 2016 front end. It is the 6-liter Power Stroke. You can see big 4-inch lift on there, big tires. It's got Fox shocks all around. This is a solid 4x4 for somebody. Obviously, these trucks are very popular and have been in Texas since their inception. It's a bummer they didn't keep making them long enough for us to keep enjoying them.
No,
well,
that's a perfect truck. No, I was just going to say it's a perfect truck if you wanted to take a day trip with the Dallas Cowboys. That would be the way to go.
All right, the bid goes on that excursion, and that will wrap things up for us today. And speaking of wrapping up, we will wrap up Big Blocktober tomorrow with the Halloween edition of Mecum Auctions on a Friday in Fort Worth. Our coverage runs from noon until 6 p.m. right here on ESPN+. So that'll do it for us for tonight. Thanks so much for taking some time to hang with us here at the headquarters of Mecum Dallas Fort Worth this year, Dickies Arena. For Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle, Trotta, and Rutledge Wood, I'm Scott Hoke. For the entire crew here, so long for now. We'll see you back here tomorrow at noon.